Good morning and welcome to a very wet, slightly windy Brands Hatch. It's going to be an incredible weekend. It's the final round of 5 championships here. Lots to be decided, and a lot of it might be decided by the weather. Headlining this weekend, final weekend of the year on BARC TV, it is the British Truck Racing Championship. Storm Pointy will be causing a ruckus down in that paddock, I know. We've also got the final round of the minis, final round of the pickups, the junior saloons, and we don't get to say this very often, we're covering the legends today. They've got a couple of races this weekend as well. Adam Weller will be your commentator up in the sky. He'll be describing every single race. I'll be speaking to plenty of drivers, as will Pointy. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to get in the dry in some of these paddock tents. Enjoy the motor racing, 2 days of action, 5 championships. It all gets decided here at Brands Hatch.
So welcome along to Brands Hatch, and yes, I don't blame anyone who is sheltering on this Saturday morning. As you can see, the conditions are going to be a challenge for all parties concerned, drivers, spectators and media personnel alike. This is BARC Live and we are getting started with the Legend Cars National Championship. They didn't have qualifying this morning owing to the weather conditions, so the grid is as follows. They drew it out of a hat. Rob Fountain in the number 31 on pole position, Mike Schlupp on the number 3 alongside him, Jack Parker, the number 4 on row 2, Charlie Budd in the 44 on row 2, Luke Simmons in the 25 on row 3, Tyler Reed in the 6 on row 3, Nick Price and Andy Bird on row 4, Matt Knight and Nathan Anthony set to round out the top 10. Looks as though we are on a second formation lap as the cars trundle down to the start-finish line. Typical, of course, in these wet conditions to have 1 or 2 formation laps often here at Brands Hatch Indy, because it is very, very wet out there, and the drivers in the Legends cars didn't get a qualifying session this morning, so this is their first time that they are greeted with this weather. Andrew Rogerson is going to start 11th in this race. He's in the 113. Chris Needham is next in the number 13. Row 7 of the grid is James Newbury on the number 2 and Ollie Schlupp, the number 9 on row 7. Will Gibson is next, 15th place, the 57, and Mark Beattie, the 85 on row 8. Ben Higgins, the number 20, is next alongside Nick Bridgman in the 68. Leonard Woodcock and Daniel Pooley rounding out the overall top 20 of this grid. Then it is Chris Dewey, the number 22, Andy Phillips, the number 27, Ben Highland, the number 33, starting from 23rd, Stuart McAndrew alongside on the 12th row of the grid. Scott Smith in the 46 is next, Paul Simmons in 26th place, Glenn Burtonshaw, the 72 in 27th, and Harry Marcel starting from the back in the 28 machine. A lot of guest starters towards the back of the grid. We've got some competitors joining us for the first time this season in Legends this weekend. They shouldn't have much of a role to play in the championship standings. Your championship leader coming into this race, Will Gibson. Will Gibson starting all the way down in 15th, but he does have an advantage of over 400 points in the championship. So let's see how Gibson carves his way through the order. Keep an eye on the 57, starting from 15th place. Our first race of the weekend begins now. The Legend cars head down to the first corner. It's a good start from pole for Rob Fountain. All the way around the outside and the inside goes several of his competitors. I think that's Jack Parker potentially who has gotten into the lead, but everyone just focusing on trying to get the power down as they head up Paddock Hill Bend for the first time in this race. Immensely challenging. These are very manual cars, and in these conditions they really have to focus on getting that power down smoothly and efficiently. We've got a runaway leader, I believe that's Parker in the number 4. Everyone else tiptoeing side by side as they run down the first few corners for the first time. Look at that for second place. Side by side at the moment, battling for it, the number 25 of Simmons going off circuit a little bit there, and everyone just trying to find traction at Surtees. Lots of sideways driving as they try and find the power. Across the line to lead the first lap of the race. Believe it will be Parker in the number 4. It was Parker who got that flying start. Then it's Bud in the 44. Reed in the number 6. Fountain, our pole sitter, down to 4th place. Make that 5th place. Oh, we've got one off already on just the 2nd lap of the race. That was maybe Higgins potentially in the number 20. It was certainly one from further back. These little Legends machines, 5/8 scale hot rods, powered by motorcycle engines, extremely difficult to run in these conditions. Everyone tiptoeing through Graham Hill Bend, where often rivers do form in the wet conditions. Everyone heading towards Surtees. And just about staying on the tarmac. The 222 getting a bit loose there. That's Knight in the 222 machine. Matt Knight started all the way down in 9th place and has worked his way up to 6th position. Now let's keep an eye on Gibson, because he was 11th across the line last time by, our championship leader. Luke Simmons, his closest competition, is further up the order. Luke Simmons now in 3rd place. Where is Gibson? He is 9th position. So Gibson making up some positions in the number 57. However, his closest championship competition all the way up in 3rd already, the number 25 of Luke Simmons. We've got one off down at Clearways. That is quite close to the racing surface. We'll have to see, covered by local yellows for the time being. Everyone just pressing on, a couple slowing down in these conditions. Whether that's confidence or mechanical, it's tough to say. Oh, and straight on at Surtees. I think that may have been the 222. No, it wasn't. It was the 20 machine of Higgins who went straight on there. So Ben Higgins, who's 4th in the championship as it stands on 2,130 points, venturing off the circuit there, losing a bunch of positions in the process. So easily done. Uniquely, these machines don't have windscreen wipers, so you can imagine how much of an effect the spray is having. We are on lap 4 of a 10-lap duration in this race, and the safety car has just been declared for the first time this weekend. Well, if you had a bet on the pools about a safety car in the first race of the weekend here at Brands, well done, cash out now. These conditions always lend themselves to drama at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We've got cars off in the gravel in numerous places. Your order at the moment is Parker leading the way in the number 4. Currently 7th in the championship, the number 4 crew. The 44 of Charlie Budd in 2nd place. Luke Simmons currently 2nd in the title hunt. Is there in 3rd place. The number 30 of Andy Bird is in 4th position. Then it's Reed in the number 6, Tyler Reed, the leading rookie in 5th overall right now. But the 31 of Fountain, our pole sitter, now down in 6th place again. The grid was formed by random draw. So he is our pole sitter, Fountain. However, he didn't earn that on merit. It was a lucky draw, so maybe not that big of a surprise that he's fallen down the order some way. Just before the safety car came out, Gibson made some more progress. So Will Gibson in the 57, our championship leader here in the Legends, now running in P7. So Gibson, the 57, will be one to watch. Gibson has already made some wonderful progress, it must be said. Let's talk him up a little bit for that effort. Started 15th on the grid, is already in 7th place. So he has done a stellar job so far. Lap 5 of the race then. We are under safety car conditions for the first time. Parker in the number 4 is your leader at the moment. Parker came from 3rd on the grid. Jack Parker with a brilliant start, just got away quicker on the approach to Paddock Hill Bend down the Brabham Straight. Took the inside line, and by the time they got to Graham Hill Bend on the first lap, already had maybe a half-dozen car lengths over the chasing pack. Of course, that's a half-dozen Legend car lengths, so slightly less of a significant margin than in other categories, but nonetheless, Parker with a comfortable lead that has now been cut down by the safety car. Sure, he'll be eager to get underway in the most efficient way possible. In these conditions, it is very easy to just put too much power down. You've got to have a gentle right foot in this weather. As you can see, for the first time, certainly, I think the first time on Friday testing and today, we have the sun out in abundance, but the conditions still very slippery out there on circuit. The top 10 then, as it stands in this race, it is the number 4 of Parker that leads the way, the 44 of Budd in second place, Charlie Budd. Then it's Luke Simmons, Bird in the 30 in 4th place, Reed in the number 6 in 5th, Fountain in the 31, 6th place. Then it's Gibson, the championship leader, in the 57 in 7th place, Anthony in the 29 in 8th, Higgins in the 20, and the 113 of Rogerson rounding out your top 10. We have had a couple into the pits so far, at least one into the pits, and it was the 222 machine that was running quite well early on, unfortunately. So that is a disappointment then for Matt Knight in at the 222. He ended up down into the pit lane, and we also, I don't think, saw Schlupp continue on. I think Schlupp was one of the ones who went missing in the number 9 car. A few go missing already. Ollie Schlupp, who started from 14th on the grid. Looks as though our safety car is peeling in. Yes, it is. We're going back to racing conditions then. Deep breath, everybody, because it's a 4-lap dash for the Legends cars now in these conditions. It's a single file start, mercifully, so everybody tidy into Paddock Hill Bend, but a few having a look to the inside line there. That was Bird getting a little bit ambitious from 4th place. Andy Bird in P4 tried to dive up the inside of Luke Simmons there. Of course, for Simmons, this is a matter of survival in the championship as much as anything. Everybody's circumnavigating Druids, which is proving to be particularly treacherous this morning. But Parker once again has strode off in the lead of the race. You're really seeing quite what a wet weather master Jack Parker is right now. Parker again with maybe a second or so. Oh, but the 57 pushed off onto the grass there. That's your championship leader, Will Gibson. That will not have gone down particularly well in the 57 cockpit. I think that was the number 6 of Tyler Reed that pushed him off the circuit. So Gibson down the order again, as far down as 9th place as he begins this lap. Gibson the 57, the orange and black machine, going around the outside then of Paddock Hill Bend. Moves up to 8th place, gets around Anthony in the 29. But suddenly with more work to do, these conditions are an immense challenge for all of our competitors. I remind you, Gibson has a lead of 430 points at this juncture, but there are 1,200 points left to score this weekend. So Gibson certainly not in the most comfortable championship position. However, oh, we've got a car off at the approach to Druids. Didn't quite catch the number on that, but another car slow and all getting away. Nice clutch control there. The 57 car of Gibson around the outside then. trying to find some traction as they go on to the Brabham Straight. Sliding wide there is his adversary. I think that could be Higgins in the 20. Yes, it is. Higgins in the 20 in 6th place. Never mind. Higgins goes straight on. Higgins straight on into Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, Ben Higgins, who started in 17th place, was running all the way up in 6th and is now withdrawn to the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. That is hugely unfortunate for Ben Higgins, who really got a lightning start from 17th on the grid. This is already the penultimate lap of the race, and for Jack Parker, so far this race has been smooth sailing. It's also been pretty good for the current championship runner-up, Luke Simmons, in 2nd place, who will outscore, as it stands, Will Gibson by quite a significant margin. We're starting the final lap this time by, and it's Parker in the number 4 who crosses the line to begin that last rotation, the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. 1.2 miles between himself and victory. Needham in the number 13 there further back. It looks as though our race may have been neutralised because everyone slowing down. Yes, indeed, red flags have been taken out onto the circuit once again. So with that car in the firing line at Paddock Hill Bend, makes perfect sense. And of course, since we were just starting the final lap of the race, this race will not be restarted, so it will be a win for Parker in that number 4 machine. It was a very, very well managed race from Jack Parker, who started from the 2nd row of the grid, but managed to work his way up to the lead before they even got to turn 1. For Jack Parker, that went about as smoothly as possible. Critically, Luke Simmons taking 2nd place. He will take a bite out of the championship margin that Will Gibson has at the front of the pack. Not massively so. There's still going to be something in the region of 380 or so points, I believe, between them going into the next race. But Luke Simmons finishing 2nd behind Jack Parker is still a big deal in the championship. Andy Bird in the 30 finishing 3rd place. Charlie Budd in the 44 taking 4th place. Robin Fountain from pole position finishing in 5th. Ben Higgins in 6th place. Will Gibson, after being pushed off the circuit late doors, finishing 7th. Tyler Reed in the number 6 in 8th. Nathan Anthony, the 29, in 9th. Andrew Rogerson, the 113, in 10th place. Daniel Pooley in the 32, taking 11th. Paul Simmons, the 51, in 12th place. Nick Bridgman in 12th place, sorry, or 13th place overall. Chris Dewey rounding out the top 14. So beyond that 14th place finisher, in 15th place it should be Schlupp in the number 3, the 46 of Smith in 16th, Burtonshaw in the 72 in 17th, Price 18th, Needham 19th, and Highland in 20th place. Now there is the question mark for some of these positions about countbacks. Now Higgins has actually been classified 6th, so that would suggest to me that they have counted back 1 lap on the timing screen already. You can see there that Higgins' machine currently in the process of potentially being craned away. Next up on circuit will be the pickups qualifying session. So pickups having their quali after this first race of the day. And you can see the disappointment in the body language there for Higgins. He didn't hit anything, thankfully, in that number 20 machine. Went straight on at Paddock Hill Bend. It's not often you go straight on and find the gravel without also finding the tyres. So in a sense there, Ben Higgins has gotten away just a little bit lucky. But of course, sitting 4th in the championship, he will lose quite a few points to the likes of Andy Bird and Chris Needham. So our next racing action is the Junior Saloon Car Championship at 11:55. And it's going to be a continuation of the championship battle there. The two main protagonists being Dyer Flock and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Then it's the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship, out for their first of 5 races today at 12:55. The Legend Cars back out again at 13:25. I believe that will be 10 laps or 12 minutes. Pickup Truck Racing Championship at 13:55. 1:55 local time. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy also deciding their championship this weekend here. The championship that has appeared on the BTCC package a couple of times this season. Looking to see if Tom Ovenden can take that title from his current leading position. The British Trucks and the Legend Cars will round out our day's action here at Brands. Of course, the day's ending a little sooner now, what with the current light conditions, and you wouldn't want to send the Legend Cars out after about 4 o'clock in the current lighting circumstances in the UK in November. There you see that Ben Higgins' number 20 has been recovered onto the flat bed. I think you could fit 2 of them on at a push, couldn't you? The trackside recovery team doing a good job as always here at Brands Hatch, along with the heroes in orange, the marshals, who of course are the backbone of British motor racing. We couldn't go racing without the marshals. Look at the BMMC website, the British Motorsport Marshals Club. If you want to get involved in marshalling, there is never not a time where we don't need more marshals in this sport. So if you've ever wanted to get involved, that's a way to do so at the ground level in motor racing. And so we will, in a few moments, hear from our winner in that race. And we will go down to the winner now, in fact. So let's go down to Ewan for the first time this weekend. He's got some soggy drivers in the pits.
Cheers, Andy, here with our race winner, Jack Parker. Jack, first of all, let's talk about track conditions.
Yeah, they're very slippy out there with the changing conditions, because it's actually going to get drier and the conditions are going to get worse before they get any better. So we can expect race 2 to be a lot more slippier. But we'll just have to adapt to the conditions and just try our best to get through the circuit.
Now, it was so wet this morning, you guys couldn't even qualify. And I saw there was a meeting of the drivers in the media centre. What was discussed?
It was just discussing that it was unsafe to go out there with the track being really flooded in certain areas, that we just unsafe to do the start. But we managed to get a couple of laps under the safety car for the start of that race, and yeah, and I suppose that's all I needed, I suppose.
And you've been in Legends 12 years now. You clearly love it. It's a great championship, isn't it?
It is a great championship. There's nothing better out there for track time, for overtaking, excitement, and the paddock that we have between everyone is so friendly. That's, yeah, it's not really anything else to go into.
And finally, for those that don't know, these vehicles don't even have windscreen wipers, do they? How do you see?
There's no windscreen wipers, there's no windscreen, so it's literally comes to hand and glove. Just keep wiping the visor and just try your best to see. But with leading that race, it's really nice and clear for me. Nice and clear.
But it is, yeah.
So
great for you out front. Jack, well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
If we just turn to our right-hand side now, Ben, we can see the pickup trucks. They've got 2 races this weekend. It's the final of their championship as well. They're going for a double race one as well, so they're going out for qualifying now. And I'll tell you what, the sun's come out. It looks absolutely beautiful. We'll let them qualify. Go back to Andy Weller and talk through the rest of the programme for today.
Don't get fooled by November sunshine. It's often fleeting and doesn't usually have much of a drying effect. But thank you, Ewan. Yes, the sun is out at the moment. Let's hope it remains. The Pickup Truck Racing Championship qualifying session begins then under safety car conditions early on, principally because these machines haven't been out so far this morning, so it's a good opportunity for everyone to get their eye in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And in the pickups, it is once again going to be a season finale weekend. The 2022 champion Rhys Jones, currently well placed for another championship. 3,953 points, giving him a deficit of just over 270 points over his closest competition, Dale Gent, in the 83 second in the championship standings right now. Rhys Jones just needs a solid weekend in order to take another crown, a second consecutive crown in the pickup truck racing championship. Few of the machines have not registered our timing screen yet, which suggests that maybe TSL is just recycling as they come across the line this time. However, soon, I think after this second lap behind the safety car, see the cars running in anger, and it's going to be really interesting to see who excels in these wet conditions. The wet conditions always throw a cat among the pigeons when it comes to qualifying. The Legends didn't get a chance to qualifying. The pickups will now get a chance to qualify. We have had a couple of other quali sessions out there as well. The trucks went out for quali this morning, as did the junior saloon cars. Of course, we'll talk you through those grids as and when the racing begins. The junior saloon cars will be our next racing, but as you see, the pickup trucks out there at the moment. So the championship standings, Rhys Jones in the number 40 on 3,953 points. Dale Gent in the 83 on 3,679. Paul Tompkins third, the number 12, 3,374. Matt Simpson, the number 30, in fourth place, 3,356 points. 3,349 for Alan Cooper. Dean Tompkins, the number 21, on 3,076 points as it stands in the championship. So that is your top five in the championship as it stands. There are still quite a few that could mathematically score the title, and that is because, as you can gather from those figures, it is quite a high scoring points format, to say the very least of it. It's 200 points for a win in this championship, 190 for second place, 180 for third, and it descends down in increments of 10 from there, down to 18th position, which scores 30 points. All other finishers score 20 points, and anyone else who takes the race start gets 10 points unless they were disqualified. There is also points scored in the qualifying session. So 20 points for pole position, 18 for second, and that again goes down in increments of 10. So the top 10 all score points in the championship in quali as well, which is a critical little point to raise. You see there Mark Willis at the front of the pack in the number 65, 9th in the championship at the moment. He will lead them away as the qualifying formally gets started. Revs rising once again then, as we see them competing under green flag conditions for the first time. Again, we are in qualifying conditions here, so this is a 20-minute qualifying session. That qualifying session started as soon as the cars were rolling, so they've got about 15 minutes left to score. Just try and set a fast lap. So again, 20 points for pole position here. Quite generous with their points in this championship, and that means that every session counts for something. Certainly keep an eye on Dale Gent in the 83, and they've got to keep an eye on the adhesion through Surtees. Such a difficult corner in the wet. It drifts you wide onto that grass quite easily, and there you see Mark Willis really struggling for traction in the number 65, going towards Clearways as well. Down the Brabham straight we go, and goodness me, it's not straight at the best of times, but in these conditions, everyone fighting for traction. Our first benchmark for everybody is Matt Simpson, the number 30, a 105.119 is your early benchmark. So Simpson, who sits fourth in the championship, currently fastest of anyone in these conditions, but that time is only going to go further down as the 20 minutes rolls on, especially if it starts to dry out. Again, the temperatures around the circuit not that high, so it is going to dry out, but not that quickly. Meanwhile, as this session continues on, I understand that some more Legends drivers have made their way down towards Ewan in the pits, so let's head down to him now.
Cheers, Andy. Here down in the pits with Luke Simmons, second in the race, second in the championship. You can still win this.
Yeah, I mean, we go into this, well, into that last race, 430 points behind Will. We take every race as it comes, and hopefully we can get the Motor Mate car up to the front step of the podium.
We've been talking about track conditions all day. Luckily for you guys, the sun came out when you came. How was it on the ground?
Yeah, it was all right. We missed our first practice session this morning due to the weather. The first couple of laps the spray was quite bad, but towards the end it wasn't too bad. It sort of dried up a bit, and the sun's come out now.
Now, your rival for the championship finished down in 6th, 7th place. Now, mathematically, because there's a lot of points that get given out in these races, do you know what you need to do for the rest of the weekend to win the championship?
I think we just need to focus on finishing, and we'll see where we are coming into Sunday and see how it goes.
And what did you learn from race 1 for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, we've got to do a few little changes to the car. Hopefully we can make it a little bit faster, close the gap to Jack, and see how it goes.
Mate, best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, thank you. And that is our first race of the Legends. And again, we don't seem to see these guys too often, so great to see the Legends on BARC TV. Plenty more racing coming up. I'm going to hand it back to Andy.
Yeah, great to have the Legends cars out there this weekend and being shown live on BARC TV as well. Always a recipe for great racing, the Legends Championship. Of course, this year divided into two, the main Legends Championship and the Elite Cup that has been on the British Touring Car bill as well. As predicted in qualifying in the British trucks at the moment, we are having the times descend at a rapid rate. It's the number 40 of Rhys Jones, the championship leader, the defending champion. So Rhys Jones in the 40 currently is second clear. Everybody trying to pick a line through Surtees. You see everyone kind of taking a different way through the corner at the moment. The apex not the best way necessarily in these conditions. If I were behind Rhys Jones on the circuit at the moment, I would be taking notes, because clearly he's got his eye in at 102.561 this time by. He has an exclusive reign over the fastest sector times around the circuit at the moment. So Rhys Jones, the defending champion with a huge championship lead, showing exactly why he is in such a good position. He currently is on pole by 7/10 as it stands. However, Matt Simpson pushing on, as is the 41. So keep an eye on Aaron Thompson, who's only 11th in the championship, but Thompson third fastest in these difficult conditions right now. There's the number 41 of Thompson now. He's had a very quick first sector, so let's see if the 41 sets a good lap time this time. Disappears out of view as they head down the Brabham straight, and the 41 goes, well, still fourth fastest. No improvement there. A 102.216 meanwhile for Matt Simpson. So Matt Simpson goes top, just a 10th or so quicker than Rhys Jones. And critically, Dale Gent has just gone third fastest. The number 83, Dale Gent, who sits second in the championship, was previously outside the top 10 and has now started to get his eye in in these tricky conditions. A 102.458 puts him provisional third, but these times are going to continue to drop, and look at how close they are, wheel to wheel in these conditions. Some more confident than others for sure. The number 13 of Ailing there certainly looking a little bit slow in these conditions right now. Everyone trying to muscle their way through. Here comes the number 65 of Willis, crossing the line, and will not improve, I don't think, because of that slight hold-up. Into the pits, interestingly, has gone Rhys Jones. Just looking down into the pit lane, there doesn't appear to be any problem. I think Rhys has just taken a little bit of a mid-session breather. So 8 minutes and 40 seconds remain in the session, and we've had our first sub 102 lap time from the number 30, Matt Simpson, once again. Simpson really getting good progress under his belt right now. There is the distinctive number 30 machine, the Simpson colours, very sideways indeed, going through Clark and Clearways. Getting the power down, of course, in these machines is very difficult. They're rear-wheel drive. They also don't have much weight on the back, being pickup truck-style bodies. Fairly light at the rear, which can make things treacherous in these conditions in particular. A mix of 2 to 2.5 litre high revving GM and Ford Duratec engines in these machines. Simpson in number 30 with 7.5 minutes left to go. Seems to have set a good benchmark right now. There are still lap times coming in though. For instance, the number 41 of Aaron Thompson is back at it again, very fast through the first sector. There is Thompson coming through Clark Curve and Clearways now, just ahead of Simpson as a matter of fact. Now he set a purple first sector. Let's see what Thompson can do when it comes to the end of the lap. Coming across the line now, just behind or just ahead of Simpson in the number 30. Thompson moves himself up to third place, so he lost some time there in the second sector, and in fact I think we saw it happen on the live pictures. He just didn't have the pace, didn't carry the momentum through Clark Curve and Clearways, but still up to third place after dropping down the order somewhat. Already though demoted to fourth place, and that's thanks in part to Dale Gent, who moves up to second place. Now Dale used to race in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, which will be familiar to our viewers here on BARC TV, but a very different car. He raced a Subaru Impreza with four-wheel drive, so he can't really carry over any wet weather knowledge from that car to his pickup truck. He has been running in pickups for many years as well. Oh, but Matt Simpson has gone for a spin. So Matt Simpson, who was fastest in the first sector on this lap, was looking to further his stranglehold on pole position, and instead finds himself in a spin. But Matt will continue on. Takes a wide berth around the outside to try and find a little bit of traction, but it can so easily go wrong. Surtees is always a black spot in these conditions. Obviously there aren't really any simple sections of this circuit, but Matt Simpson in the wet conditions, the latest to get caught out there at Surtees, which is where we're looking at now. Of course, Matt Simpson, vastly experienced racing driver in his own right, formerly raced in the BTCC, did Matt Simpson, in a Honda Civic, and is now supporting his children's racing careers as well, and continuing to keep his eye in the pickup truck racing championship. We're down into the final 5 minutes of the session, and once again the sunshine that was showing itself 10 minutes ago has disappeared off again. So I'm looking over the sky, and there is an amount of cloud cover and certainly a lot of wind, So let's see what effect this has. Does anyone have any more time in the tank? We've got one spinning off camera at Clearways. A lot of drivers struggling in these weather conditions, certainly. There's the number 52 car. That is Goldstraw, who's currently down in 19th position. So not a great session this for James Goldstraw, who sits 19th in the championship as it stands. All a little bit close for comfort as well. Further back in the pack, that's more in the 84, who just rather rudely cut the nose off of one of his fellow competitors there. Just trying to catch a number on that. I think that's number 29 of Hutchins, who ironically they're 11th and 12th on the timing sheet at the moment. So getting entangled with each other. Meanwhile, Matt Simpson is once again looking very quick out there on circuit. He just set a new personal best, a new pole benchmark, a 101.401. With 3.5 minutes left in the session, a 101.407 is his benchmark for everyone else. No one else yet has managed to go quicker than a 102. There goes the 30 through your shot there. So let's see how this first sector goes for Simpson, because this will tell you what the number 30 is capable of this time around. There is the 30 car streaking down the Cooper Straight now. Oh, a little bit twitchy through Surtees, but well managed by the former short oval and British touring car racer. Simpson's feeding on the power then. Was a little bit off his own personal best in the first sector. What about sector 2? Let's find out now. Across the line, it's not an improvement, but it is a 101.5. Every single lap he's doing right now would be good enough for pole position. Simpson is showing a level of ability in the wet conditions that seemingly no one else can match right now. Saying that, the number 40, Rhys Jones, our championship leader, is back out there on the circuit. So Rhys Jones, the number 40, who was in the pits for a while, is back out there and running well. Was half a second slower in the first sector on his current lap. I'll just keep an eye on the second sector split to see what kind of time he sets. It's a 102.7. But Rhys Jones, the championship leader, currently set to start on the front row of the grid. However, it's going to take an almighty effort for anyone to beat Matt Simpson in these conditions. Simpson, who sits 4th in the championship right now, is only 18 points away from Paul Tompkins. And Paul Tompkins, as a matter of fact, currently 10th on the grid. He would get 2 points for 10th on the grid. Matt Simpson would get 20 for taking pole position in this session, theoretically. Ergo, I think they might well be tied going into the first race of the weekend for 3rd in the championship. So Matt Simpson, this qualifying session matters with 20 points on the board, and straight on across the grass goes the number 93. Number 93 car getting back out onto the track then. That is Smith. Michael Smith in the number 93, recovering just ahead of Matt Simpson, who crosses the line again. Simpson fast through the first sector and improves to a 101.095, just to further stamp his authority on the session. It has been a very impressive set of laps, just consistently showing how quick he is in these conditions. There is the number 21 of Tompkins, showing the wide line around Graham Hill Bend, which again, more than valid to see that line in these conditions. Checkered flag is waving already. And a bit of a wave of the rear end as well from Don Tompkins in the number 21. Let's see if anyone has any improvements on the final lap then. One critical improvement is Dale Gent. Dale Gent goes second quickest in the 83, a 101.618. The current championship runner-up, securing second on the grid by the looks of it, unless there are any late improvements. Gent should be crossing the line for the final time momentarily. Just crossed the line and will be heading into Paddock Hill Bend on his cool-down lap, and he will be, once he gets to the truck at least, Gent will be made aware of the fact that he's starting on the front row. P2 on the grid will be happy news for him. He'll get 18 points in the championship and just slightly narrow the gap to Rhys Jones. But in the racing, that's when it's going to get serious in the championship. We have a gap of 300 points there or thereabouts in the championship between Rhys Jones and Dale Gent, but Dale slightly closing in that gap with performance in quali. Second for him, fourth for the championship leader Rhys Jones. But what a wet weather masterclass from Matt Simpson. A 101.095 secures him pole position. Dale Gent in this car, the number 83, current championship second place. He'll be looking to try and narrow that deficit to our championship leader from second. Thompson in the 41, starting from third. Aaron Thompson outside of the top 10 in the championship standings. Could he work his way up the points, starting from third on the grid? Jones in the number 40, Rhys Jones from fourth. Tompkins, the 21, has finished fifth in that session. The 93, who we saw grass tracking late in the session, rounding out the top half dozen. Then it's Willis in the 65, 7th, Hadfield in the 24, 8th, Cooper in the 72, 9th, and the other Tompkins, Paul Tompkins, who sits third in the championship. He will have to now really work hard, because Matt Simpson, with pole position, I think will have tied him now on points based on the 20 points for pole position. So Matt Simpson on pole may well now be tied with Paul Tompkins for third in the championship. That is very interesting. The 89 car of Chris Brockhurst, 11th on the grid for our first race later on. Hutchins in the 29, 12th in that session. The 68 of Bolton, 13th. Liptrot, 14th in number 2. The other Simpson machine, Jeff Simpson, number 3, starting from 15th. Moore in the 84 in 16th. Goldstraw in the 52, 17th. Fisher in the 5 in 18th. Tressler in the 37, 19th. Smith in the 25, 20th. And the rather ailing, unfortunately, Rich Ailing, starting from 21st based on that qualifying session. So then we will soon see more racing out on circuit. The Junior Saloon Car Championship will be out there at 11:55. Here is the rest of the schedule then. So the Junior Saloon Cars due out at 11:55. They might be pushed out a few minutes early, depending on how confident they are in the schedule today. There'll then be a little bit of an intermission before the British Truck Racing Championship. The Legends cars at 1:25 with their second race of the day. The pickups will be out for the first time for racing action at 1:55. Then it's the one and only race of the day for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy at 2:35. The British Truck Racing Championship at 3:10 p.m. And then the Legends will wrap up our day, as they will as well on Sunday, with their final race of the weekend. So 2 exciting days of racing action to come here. The British Truck Racing Championship season finale weekend. Of course, tomorrow night as well, they have the wonderful firework display. And there will be fireworks on track, I'm sure, when the juniors take to the circuit shortly. In fact, they're already heading out onto the grid, but I believe we can hear from Ewan down in the pits, if I'm not mistaken.
Right then, as is the case this weekend, it's the final round of championships, none other than the Junior Saloons with our championship leader, Dara Flock. Dara, you've had an incredible season, apart from 2 DNFs, not even been off the podium. What can you put that down to, first of all?
Main thing is the team. You know, they've worked really hard to get me on the podium every single race. You know, I've had a bit of unluck, bit of not very good luck. So with them 2 DNFs, but hopefully this season I can seal up the championship.
And you've got a 28-point lead. There's double points, so it's potentially up to around 50 points per race. So nothing's done yet. What's your focus on?
My main focus is, because I've got a 28-point lead, is if Cameron's ahead of me, I don't have to get by him. I can stick behind him because I've got a big enough gap that I can just stay there and don't need to take any risks to really get by him.
And it's fair to say conditions are, I'm going to say, treacherous. Qualifying, there wasn't really any qualifying, so you're going to start on pole as championship leader. What's your thoughts going into corner number 1?
Main thing is make it through there, so get a good start. Get a good start. It's staggered grid as well, so if I get a good start, hopefully no one will be alongside me and I can just go into Paddock on my own and have no incidents and just drive away from there, hopefully.
Dara, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, Dara Flock leading our championship in the junior saloons. Let's go and speak to Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who is going to be doing all the chasing. And here we are in the Vinnon Motorsport Garage with Cameron Pratt-Thompson chasing Dara Flock right now. First of all, I want to touch on something, Cameron. When we last spoke to you at Donington, you were visibly quite emotional with your performance. Can you now reflect on that? How do you look back on that?
Well, to be honest, it was a bit an overreaction from me, to be honest, to be fair, but turned out it was a car problem instead, so I couldn't have really done much more. I did what I could and still set fast lap by a second and good comeback to reduce the point deficit.
Now 28 points behind, double points this weekend as we know at Brands Hatch, everything to play for. You're already pretty much the rookie of the season, so that's one box check, but of course you're looking even higher, aren't you?
Yeah, well, it's nice to have the rookie championship. I mean, that was the original goal at the start of the year, but I think we've exceeded everyone's expectations really, other than my own. But yeah, we got to get lucky this weekend, but just focus on what I can do and maximising my job.
I mean, you say get lucky. I mean, the weather's potentially there in your favour. Anything can happen. It's hammering down right now. You like the wet, don't you?
Yeah, I love the wet. Didn't in karting, but different thing in cars. Saw how good I was in the wet at Thruxton, so hopefully we can replicate that later.
Cameron, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Right, this is going to be a thriller this weekend. 2 races. The championship is on the line. Let's go junior saloon car racing. Over to Adam Weller.
Those are our 2 championship contenders then. Would you believe it? They've wrote the script very well because they're also on the front row of the grid. Dara Flock, the number 22, our championship leader, will start from pole position in this 15-minute race alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Row 2, Jack James, the number 53, alongside Jonathan Moore in the number 12. The 59 of CJ Morgan on row 3 alongside Harry Smith. Charlie Constable on row 4. Alongside Oliver Kerr in the 222. Will Fallon in the number 30 on row 5 of the grid, the scholarship winner from last year, in 9th place alongside Kieran Roberts in the 78. Josh Salvadori, the 110 car, starting 11th on the grid. Good starting place for him. The number 12 of Jacob Baldry lines up in 12th place. Then it's Oliver Law, the latest of the Don Law Racing dynasty, starting from 13th on the grid alongside Alexander Mostav in the 888 machine. Wilf Butler, the number 70, starting from 15th on the grid alongside Jack Harrison in the 317. Row 9, James Sherrington in the number 40 alongside Elliot Fuster in the number 7. Joel Daniels, the 36 car, starting from 19th alongside Caleb McDuff on the 38. Row 11, Jude Cooper in the number 4 alongside C.L. Lynch, the 353. Alexander Bergbaum, the 29, starting on row 12 alongside Harvey Kersley, the number 88 machine. Then it's the 52 of Noah Checkley alongside Francisco Howitt, the number 50. Will Oakley, the number 28, starting from 27th. Bertie Breen, the number 8, set to start from 28th. And then Oscar Dix with a 10-second delay at the line. So disqualified from qualifying and practice results was car number 11. So a bit of a slap on the wrist. and we'll start the race with a 10-second delay from the back of the grid. So then, as you heard from our championship leader Dar Flock, this will be a staggered start on the grid, so it's going to be quite close among everybody off the line, although actually looking at it, I think they might have changed their mind from staggered owing to the weather conditions, because they have used the slightly less compact grid formation for this race. Again, probably a precaution owing to the weather conditions. But the championship standings, it is a tale of that front row. Der Flock on 458 points right now with a 28-point advantage going into this race. It's 25 points per victory in this championship, plus a point if you get the fastest lap as well. So Flock definitely doesn't need to win, but he's starting on pole, and we go racing for the first time this weekend in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Pratt Thompson, with a very, very good second phase of his start, carried the power nicely uphill, and it's Pratt Thompson that leads, getting a little bit sideways at the Largo del Paddock Hill though, manages to keep it going and leads in the early stages of this race. Flock to the outside line as they approach Druids. CJ Morgan side by side with Jack James for third position meanwhile. But it's Cameron Pratt Thompson exactly where he needs to be in the lead of the race. For Cameron Pratt Thompson, he has to just take wins and hope that Dar Flock has a difficult weekend. That's all he can really do. Oh, and we've got 3 off already. Howitt, Bergbaum, and the number 8 of Bertie Bream have all come together towards the back. There's our championship leader, Dar Flock, in a spin. The red flags have been put out onto the circuit. Meanwhile, Dar Flock with a huge moment coming out of Surtees. That is a very fortunate moment there, because it could have quite easily been Dar Flock into the side of Cameron Pratt Thompson. Thankfully, Pratt Thompson took evasive action, but Dar Flock there proving just how treacherous it is. We've got 3 cars off at Druids. Thankfully, I think everyone already out of their cars. Bergbaum just got out of the 29 car as well, so all 3 drivers are out of their cars. But immediately a red flag here at Brands Hatch Indy in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Always intense racing, always close door-to-door action in these little Citroen Saxos in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And well, we've had just the 1 lap before carnage has caused a red flag. Thankfully all drivers okay, but I tell you what, Dar Flock is going to have to really take a deep breath after that, because we saw him spinning across the grass coming through Surtees, and when that happens, that's just a knock on the confidence, regardless of whether he had any issues, and the car should be a-okay. It was just a trip across the grass. His confidence will have taken a knock. His tyres might also be a little bit muddy as well when they launch off the line. But for Dar Flock, he's gotten a stark reminder of how treacherous these conditions are. And I remind you of his own words. He knows that he doesn't have to win races. He can kind of cruise behind Cameron Pratt Thompson and continue to press on towards a championship win. But he needs finishes. He needs to score points, particularly if Cameron Pratt Thompson continues at the front. It's 25 points for a win, 22 points for second place, 20 for third place, and then it goes down in ones from there. So fourth place 19 points, fifth place 18 points, so on and so forth. So if he finishes fifth and Cameron Pratt Thompson wins, he doesn't lose that much in reality. However, that's maths, and young racing drivers, well, they often don't do their maths homework because they're too busy racing. So let's see if Dar Flock can just manage this situation, take the deep breaths and get his head back in the zone. You see there the number 22 car trundling back down to the front of the grid. Dar Flock in that Saxo has certainly got a big task in front of him. He will start once again from pole position once we do go racing once again, but the 3 cars being recovered down at Druids does mean we are probably going to have something of a delay there. Other people to watch out for within that top 10, I would certainly nominate the number 30 car of William Fallon, the primarily black machine, the scholarship winner from last year. And he running the primarily black livery, but also carrying decals to raise autism awareness. The Autism Awareness Charity of the United Kingdom, one of various charities backed by the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and the scholarship livery is resplendent with autism awareness decals and branding to continue to raise awareness for that great cause. So the cars are now almost all out of the gravel, and then it's going to be a matter of getting them onto the tow trucks, onto the flatbeds, which the trackside recovery crew always do with the utmost efficiency. I want to thank Steve from Trackside Recovery, who provided me with a little bit of an insight into their efforts, as well as the LJ transportation machine, which is a machine we hopefully won't see Jason Farnell out there on circuit, but Jason Farnell has his DAF XF here, which is used in the event that a truck ends up beached in a gravel trap. So if we don't see that, that means we've got away scot-free. But LJ Transportation and H&A Truck Assistance, along with Trackside Recovery, all working hard together this weekend in order to bring us the racing action and minimise the delays. Well, 2 out of 3 cars are driving again, one of them being the Tockwith Motorsport machine, which has gained a new rather fancy rear spoiler. And we now get a replay of Cameron Pratt-Thompson going incredibly sideways in his own right, everyone getting caught out on the first flying lap, but Darflock was of course the one who got the worst of it onto the grass. At this point we're already under red flag conditions, but he was firmly in a spin on dirty tyres, looped the car around, and thankfully no one collected him in the process. Flock can now return to his pole position. The grid is effectively formed as if we haven't had any racing to this point, so it will be a full hard reset of the race, and we'll see how Flock does when we do get started once again. So it is going to be a clean slate. I think they're planning to start at 11:55, which of course was the original start time for this race. We are a little bit ahead of schedule at the moment, in no small part thanks to the efficiency of the BARC crews. You see there the marshals now getting the brooms out, trying to manage the gravel. Hopefully the racing surface will be ready in due course. And I'm just watching as the Tockwith Motorsport crew, I think, have told their driver in no uncertain terms that no, you're not continuing to drive the car around with the boot lid up. Please go back to the paddock. And that is the number 50 car now heading back up there. So Howitt, unfortunately, taking no further part in this. Francisco Howitt heading back down to the outer paddock here at Brands Hatch. If you've never been to Brands before, you have to take a tunnel down to the outer paddock. You go underneath Paddock Hill Bend, and depending on what's running at the time, it's quite the reverberation that you feel going through the Paddock Hill Bend tunnel. Obviously, one thing that is worth addressing, myself, Adam Weller, bringing you the commentary this weekend. I know that Dave Goddard has so many fans in the YouTube chat, and I've been speaking to Dave this week. He's been doing a great job helping me become as au fait with everything in the championship lay of the land for the trucks as possible. And speaking to Dave earlier in the week, you may know this now because he has mentioned it publicly. Unfortunately, Dave lost his wonderful partner Gemma earlier in the week, on Sunday I believe. She was a wonderful person who I had the pleasure of meeting, as many of us here at BARC TV did. And I know that Dave is taking his time at home, getting his head around the situation, and we all wish Dave well. Couldn't happen to a nicer couple. They were great for each other, and my hopes, my wishes are with Dave Goddard and Gemma Dixon's family at this very difficult time. And Dave, one of my favourite people in the industry. I've only had to give him virtual hugs so far, but I do hope I get to catch up with him soon and wish him well in person. But Dave, whatever you're doing today, I hope you're doing all right, and I hope we see you soon again on the airwaves and indeed in person at a track. So Dyer Flock and Cameron Pratt-Thompson still awaiting any information about getting the race started, and I think it's going to start soon because all marshals have now been removed. The 1 minute board is out on the circuit, and that means that soon we'll get another formation lap. So they will run around the circuit again, I believe, for another formation lap at least. I haven't had formal confirmation of that, but that's standard protocol, and sure enough, another formation lap begins now. So then it will be Dyer Flock from pole position, Cameron Pratt-Thompson on the first row of the grid. Row 2, Jack James in the 53, the number 12, Jonathan Moore. CJ Morgan will be very disappointed that that first lap didn't count for anything ultimately, because he got a great start from 5th on the grid to move up to 3rd. And he'll be joined on row 3 by Harry Smith, Charlie Constable, the number 6, Oliver Kerr in the 222 alongside on row 4, Will Fallon and Kieran Roberts starting from the 5th row of the grid. 6th row, Josh Salvadori and Jacob Baldry, the number 33. Row 7, Oliver Law and Alexander Mostev, Wilf Butler, the number 70, and Jack Harrison, the number 317. Row 9, James Sherrington alongside Elliot Fuster, and the 10th row of the grid, Joel Daniels, number 36, alongside Caleb McDuff. That's your top 20. We restate that because we are about to go racing once again. Now, Dyer Flock will be very happy that he is getting this formation lap, frankly, to just try and clear those tyres up, because, of course, he went grass tracking in the first lap of the race as the red flag flew. We've got one car stopping, or at least having a moment off the circuit. That was rather strange. That was Charlie Constable in the number 6 car. Now, is Constable struggling with a problem? It certainly looked like he was maybe fighting for a gear, and now seems to be rolling again. This full field of Citroen Saxo VTRs heads down then for a second attempt at getting this race underway. There's the driver that has to start from the back, the number 11, Oscar Dix, who is of course being held for 10 seconds owing to a penalty that he received from practice and qualifying. So he'll have a little bit of extra work to do from the rear of the field, albeit with 3 cars missing. He might have a slightly clearer path towards the main pack. So we are scheduled to get our full 15 minutes of racing in. It's not quite 11:55 when this race was originally slated to get started, so in reality we haven't lost any time from the race programme. It's worked out quite neatly in reality, and everybody now has to focus up and try to stay out of trouble on lap 1, take 2 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. is Darflock and Cameron Pratt-Thompson on the front row of the grid. The championship leader starting from pole position, and this time it looks as though Flock has got a better start. Darflock will lead into the first corner. Side by side for fourth place further back. CJ Morgan again with a decent start. Oh, but a sideways moment, a spin down at Paddock Hill Bend, a couple of cars off circuit. Everybody, I think, has largely stayed away from contact. There may have been a little bit of contact in the second spin, but several cars off circuit there. I think the number 10 of Smith, Harry Smith, was one of those that spun, but we'll wait and see on the timing screen exactly who was involved. But quite a few cars there getting caught out. Butler in the number 70, one of them. Darflock has learnt his lessons though from lap 1, stays on track this time. We've got one across the grass further back. One across the grass further back. I'm not quite sure who that was. Meanwhile, our lead across the line, Darflock leading the way. It's side by side for fourth place between Morgan and Moore. So the number 12 of Moore is up to fourth place. Butler in strife again. The Chandler Motorsport number 70 has been off the track twice in one lap. Your order, Darflock, the championship leader, could secure the championship in this race if he crosses the line ahead of Pratt-Thompson. Third place is Jack James, not just in the race but in the championship standings as well. He's there in third position on the circuit. Then it's Jonathan Moore in fourth place, and in fifth place is CJ Morgan. Lots of side-by-side action further back in the pack there. I believe that was Kerr in the 222 getting out of sorts a little bit there. Looks like we might be 3 wide into Surtees. Brace, everybody gets through okay. But certainly a little bit close for comfort there. Constable, meanwhile, a little bit sideways just ahead of Fallon. Oh, Salvadori going wide. Salvadori dropping down the order in the 222. The 222 of Kerr then tucked in behind, I think that's Roberts in the 78, is it potentially, in this battle for 8th position. In fact, it's a battle for 9th position, and it's Baldry in the 33 in 9th place, just ahead of Kerr in 10th. So there's 9th place coming through our shot now on the way up to Druids. And then it's 9th down to about 20th, covered by about 3 or 4 seconds. So very close further back in the pack. Oh, and a little sideways moment in the mid-pack there. But that is going to be a dime a dozen in these conditions. Fairly light on the rear axle, these little Saxos at the best of times. And these conditions, it only gets worse. Fuster in the number 7 with a little bit of a hip check there. Elliot Fuster in the number 7. As also the number 6 car of Constable getting through into 4th place. So Charlie Constable moving up to P4. In fact, sorry, make that P5. So he's gotten ahead of Moore in the number 12. So this is the battle for 5th position. Constable up to 5th place then, but look at the leader. It's still Darflock in the lead of this race. The championship leader still leading the way. And again, if Flock outscores Pratt-Thompson in this race, that is the championship by my calculations. 22 and 77 side by side. That is, in fact, the 222 and 77 side by side. So that's Kerr and Law running in 10th and 11th place. The leaders go through Surtees, and oh goodness me, Moore gets a little bit sideways there. Jonathan Moore now under pressure from the scholarship winner of earlier this year, Will Fallon. Constable getting sideways there, trying to get around the inside of CJ Morgan. And it's going to be a drag race now for 6th place as they head down the main straight. Moore tucks in ahead of Fallon. We now look back to Kerr in the 222. This is 10th position. Kerr in the 222 machine just ahead of the 10th place battle. 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th and change. All in one pack there. 10 minutes of this race remain then, so at 1/3 distance already. It's Darflock leading by 0.6 of a second. Second place is Cameron Pratt-Thompson. James in the 53 is third. Jack James, CJ Morgan fourth. Charlie Constable in fifth position right now. And Moore in the number 12 running sixth. You see there the number 77 car of Law, Oliver Law, pressuring and getting through into 11th place. That was very good, getting around McDuff in the 38. So Oliver Law back up to 11th place. Oh, but the 38 very, very, very sideways, and managing with full commitment and just a little bit of opposite lock. McDuff has managed to get himself into 11th place once again. Oliver Law now under pressure from Sherrington in the number 40, I believe that is. Oliver Law to the outside line as they almost go 3 wide through Paddock Hill Bend. Justin will be watching on and maybe taking a few intakes of breath as he watches his son racing wheel to wheel. Oliver Law gets the worst of that exchange. It's Sherrington now with the inside line into Druids, and 11th place belongs to James Sherrington. James Sherrington doing a great job there, making absolutely no room at all for McDuff in the 38. Great racing once again from the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Then we always expect exciting racing. However, one thing we have come to expect this year is the sight we see among the leaders. Darflock in the lead of the race. Also what we expect, side by side for 4th position. Fuster there just bumping across one of the curbs, but it's very close. Oh, we've got a car off. Kersley in the 88. Harvey Kersley has clearly had a bit of a clatter. Now, was that just with barriers, or was that also with cars? It's difficult to say, but the 88 machine into the gravel at the top of the hill there at Clark Curve. Meanwhile, it's side by side for 4th position here. Constable with just a nose ahead, but he's on the outside of CJ Morgan. Oh, contact. CJ Morgan leaning on Charlie Constable just an iota, and they both managed to stay in a straight line. Yellow flags, unsurprisingly, out there because of the car that is stranded at the top of the hill. Now, is it just yellows, or will it ultimately be a safety car? I believe it's still local yellows at the moment. Yes, it is. You see the green flag there at Clearways. But that did mean that Constable and Morgan had to go single file, and now CJ Morgan is under some pressure from Will Fallon in 5th and 6th position as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. Cameron Pratt-Thompson is a lot closer to the rear of Darflock as well. Oh, but a sideways moment there for Jack James, who got one off in the back of shot as well. Jack James just about keeping it on the tarmac, but he was in a spin all the way up the hill towards Druids. All the way up Hellwood Hill. That was a big moment for the 53. Jack James, who runs 3rd in the championship, he can't really afford to lose many positions in the championship. Jonathan Moore, I think if he outscores the 53 by a significant margin, that could change the standings for 3rd in the championship. CJ Morgan went off track in the background as well, but all eyes on the 53 of Jack James with a big sideways moment. Just under 6 minutes of this race left to go then, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson is sidling up to the back of Darflock, and that's exactly what he needs to do to preserve his chances in the championship. By my understanding, safety car is out. Safety car boards being displayed around the circuit. 5 minutes and 35 seconds of this race remain, and the safety car has been put out there. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to run, I do wonder just how much of this race will be left if and when we go back to green flag conditions. I think they might be able to get it done in time, but there could be only 1 or 2 laps of racing left. As far as I can see, there is only the one incident that needs clearing up, and that is the Kersley number 88, as we see there stranded down at Clark Curve. And I'm just being reminded in my ears there, of course this is a double points weekend, so the maths does change a little bit more than I was alluding to. Darflock with the double points would not win the championship as it stands. He would extend his lead significantly, but he won't extend the lead out to 50 points, which is what he would need because it is a double point season finale. So my apologies for not factoring that into the maths. There's a lot of it this weekend. But 50 points for a win because it's double points will still help Darflock a massive amount in the championship. If anything, I think the points, it'll be 34 points between them then, going into the season finale with 50 on the board. So Darflock will not win the championship here. However, he will really solidify his chances over Cameron Pratt-Thompson. In reverse, if Pratt-Thompson gets a chance to attack Darflock at the end of this race, if we go back to green flag conditions, well, that could have a huge effect on the championship in Pratt-Thompson's favour as well. Realistically, with 28 points over Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Darflock has always been in the hot seat, but with the double points it's a bit less certain than it otherwise would be. Under normal circumstances, if it was a normal single points weekend rather than double points, it would be 25 for a win and Flock would win the championship, but because there are 50 points on offer today and 44 for second, then Cameron Pratt-Thompson will still have hope in the championship hunt as it stands. But if things finish as they are, and with 3 minutes to go and the process of recovering the number 88 still ongoing, I do wonder if this is going to be our final order. Let's run you through the top 10 as it stands then. It's Darflock in the lead in the 22 car. Then it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson in second place in the 37. The number 6, Charlie Constable in third. CJ Morgan in fourth place, number 59. Then it's Will Fallon in the 30 in fifth. Jonathan Moore in sixth place. Number 78 of Kieran Roberts in seventh. Then it's the number 53 of Jack James, who of course went for that spin just before the safety car at the part of the circuit we're looking at on the approach to Druids. Jack James had his spin. Ninth position for Baldry in the 33, and rounding out the top 10 is Caleb McDuff in the number 38. So safety car still out with 1 minute and 55 seconds left to go. Now, if the safety car is going to come in, it needs to come in next time by. I have my doubts, to be completely honest, looking at the status of the recovery. However, the car is now rolling, so maybe, just maybe, we are going to get one lap in here. Let's wait and see what is declared by the stewards. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go, and the cars are going underneath me right now. Oh, I think they're just going to run out of time, unfortunately. I'm not sure there's going to be one more lap of racing. Let's see. It's going to be very close as to whether we get one last green flag lap or whether the race ends under safety car conditions. Certainly, the race has ended for Harvey Kersley. Kersley dragged onto the GP circuit. 60 seconds left to go. Oh, the light's still not out on that safety car. This is, of course, the situation Darflock wants. As great of a young racer as he is, he doesn't want to be under fire from Cameron Pratt-Thompson in a one-lap dash scenario. We've got 40 seconds left to go as they head down towards Graham Hill Bends. The safety car lights are still on. They still haven't declared that the safety car will be in this lap. All obstructions have been cleared. However, I think maybe there could be a discretion is the better part of valor decision here. I don't think the safety car lights are going to be declared here. No, at this point, if the safety car lights aren't out, they would not extinguish them. So it is going to be the safety car leading them around to end this race. The clock hits 0 now, and it will be Darflock with a win. Again, with double points being scored, he will gain 50 points. Cameron Pratt-Thompson behind him will score 44. The championship battle is still alive, but for Darflock, he crosses the line to take the victory in the first of 2 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and he takes a significant step towards championship glory. Pratt-Thompson takes 2nd place. Constable takes 3rd position. Charlie Constable takes 3rd place. CJ Morgan in 4th. Will Fallon in 5th. Then it's Jonathan Moore in the number 12 in 6th place. 7th place, the number 78 of Kieran Roberts. Then it's Jack James who will be ruining that spin. He was up there in 3rd position, of course. He now is demoted to 8th place, and that will affect him in the championship too. Baldry in the number 33 in 9th place. And the number 38, Caleb McDuff, rounding out the top 10. So not quite championship yet for Darflock, but his lead will extend out to 34 points with 50 left to score in tomorrow's race. Darflock wins under safety car conditions. Cameron Pratt-Thompson taking 2nd place. Charlie Constable taking 3rd position in the number 6. CJ Morgan 4th. Will Fallon 5th. Jonathan Moore in 6th. Kieran Roberts, the 78, in 7th. Then it's Jack James, Jacob Baldry and Caleb McDuff. 11th for the 11, Oscar Dix, who started all the way at the back. He manages to come home in 11th place. Very good going from the driver who sits in the top 5 in the championship. James Sherrington in 12th place ahead of Oliver Kerr and Oliver Law, rounding out your top 14, ahead of Josh Salvadori in the number 110. Harrison in the 317 taking 16th. Mostav in the 888 taking 17th. Then it was Daniels in the 36, Checkley in the 52, and the number 4, Jude Cooper, rounding out your top 20 finishers in that race. So for Darflock, again, I reiterate after my earlier point scoring faux pas that it is indeed still open in the championship for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. However, Pratt-Thompson would need to win, and I think that Cameron Pratt-Thompson would need to win, and frankly Darflock would need a very difficult race for the championship to change its standings now. So Flock in the hot seat for the title. We'll see the Junior Saloon cars back out there on Sunday. Next up, after a brief intermission for lunch break, will be the British Truck Racing Championship. For the first of 2 races today, they will get started at a scheduled 12:55. They might push that forward to avoid any delays in the schedule. The Legend Cars National Championship due to get underway at 1:25. Then it'll be the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. We saw their qualifying earlier on. 1:55 is set to be their start time for that race. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category will start at 14:35. Then it's another British Truck Racing Championship race scheduled for 3:10 in the afternoon, and the Legend Cars National Championship at 3:40 p.m. Unfortunately, Darflock and co have been sent back to support Paddock already, so we can't hear from them with Ewan just yet, but Darflock, I'm sure, will be beaming at the prospect of continuing to lead the championship. And what we can do now, though, while we go into our lunch break, is take a look at what happened here in April. Why April? Well, that's when the trucks were here for the first time in the season, and the 2023 championship got started right here where it ends, at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit.
Right then.
there, and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy, and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak, as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front. It's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year. He's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bintz in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid, then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row 2. No Paul Rivette, he's a non-starter for race 1. Tom O'Rourke starts from the pit lane. The biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing right through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. Well, that was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Here we go then, let's try again. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for third. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2, down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example, as they come round towards
and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front. It's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year. He's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bint in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid, then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row 2. No Paul Rivette, he's a non-starter for race 1. Tom O'Rourke starts from the pit lane. The biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing their way through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. Well, that was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Here we go then, let's try again. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for 3rd. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2, down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example, as they come round towards Clearways for the first time, and Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck, whether it's steering or brakes I'm not sure, but again it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's up up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time. His 2nd full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there, or Jock Borthwick, damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in 3rd. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is 4th. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo white Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo black really in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. He's looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point for 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is, starting his time.
So here we are in the Junior Saloon paddock, and I'm with a Junior Saloon veteran in Keogh Lynch, your third year in the cars here. And
Second and a half.
Second and a half year in the car, and you nearly got your first top 10 last week, but you've just told me you've nearly had that a few times. What's going on?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I've had a really good few rounds. I've had some unlucky races as well this season, so it's been slightly frustrating, but the team have been amazing. I keep like scraping top 10 but not quite getting it. I had it last season and then last race, but I missed a gear into the last corner of the final lap, which was fun.
Okay. What do you think the difference is going to be? Because are you going to do one more year in the Junior Saloons?
Yeah. I think I'm going to do another year with Westbourne.
Okay.
I don't quite want to move up into seniors just yet. I feel like I have another year of racecraft in me. So.
Now, we've got to mention you're the only girl on the grid, which is incredible. Does that make any difference to you at all? Do you think about it?
I don't think about it, but it surprises me. Yeah. Like, how am I the only one?
How are you?
Especially like, there's like most females in motorsport. I think is a lot more popular now than it was. So it's surprising. Like, come on, we need some more. But no, honestly, it doesn't faze me, to be honest.
And who are you looking up to? Because the likes of Chloe Grant, who was in this series a couple of years ago, she was on the F1 package a few weeks ago, which is just incredible. Who are you looking up to? Do you see yourself more as a role model to other girls?
I mean, I'd love to be a role model to other people, especially through perseverance, through bad luck. I would love to teach them that. But no, definitely Chloe. I mean, I love Chloe. We go to college together now, so she's definitely helped me a lot. She's given me a bit of advice, and I think what she's done is amazing. I would love to follow in her footsteps and do what she's done.
Fantastic. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. I'm going to bring your mum in if that's okay.
Go for it.
Come on in, Mum. A couple of questions for you. First of all, having a daughter on the grid, racing round Brands Hatch, pedal to the metal, wet conditions. As a parent, can you describe that to us?
Do you know what it is? And Brands Hatch in particular, it's an amazing circuit because you can see so much, but at the same time, because you can see so much, and when it's wet and it's a little bit scary, you're like, I can't actually breathe because I'm watching the whole thing. So sometimes when we don't see those few corners, it's really helpful. So I'm like gripping onto this going, come on girl, you know.
And especially like today, for example, which you got the bump, does the heart skip a beat a little bit?
Yeah, always. And it's a weird feeling actually, because I kind of think about her emotional state more so. I mean, she's safe in the car, you know, the roll cages and everything they have on them. So I'm more thinking about how she's feeling. And if she ends up DNFing, which she did today, it's just, you know, it makes her feel bad, you know, and she just wants to be out there. And the more they're on the track, the more they get better at what they do. And it's all practice. So when she comes in, it's like, yeah.
And final question, with your background, do you give her any advice on coping with pressure and crowds and interviews, etc.?
I think she's pretty good by herself.
Yes, she is.
I think she's really cool on camera. She's very good at speaking. I think she knows what she's doing by herself anyway. In general, I think if you just keep cool and calm in everything that you do, and you do your best, don't you? Amazing. She's very good at doing that. And as she said, you know, no matter what this series has thrown at her, that's nice and loud for you. No matter what the series throws at her, she's just so good at just getting up, carrying on, looking forward and moving on with a smile on her face. Can't ask for more.
We wish you and the whole team the best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you so much. There we go. What a great story. Lots of parents here, some amazing teams, and of course some amazing young drivers too. For the time being, we are going to go British Truck Racing Championship Racing, headlining this weekend. It is over to the team and of course Pointy.
So here we are, as previously promised, with championship contender Adam Bint with 412 points, just 1 point ahead of essentially newcomer Paul Rivette. We saw him a few years ago. He went away for a bit, came back, and he's obviously been, you know, battling with you the entire season. What do you think this weekend holds for you two?
There's hopefully a lot of good, clean racing. Because obviously that's what the crowds want to see, and that's how we want to finish the championship this year, is, you know, on track and good hard racing for everyone to watch.
And in one piece, of course.
Yeah, it always helps when it's in one piece.
To win, you've got to finish, right?
That's it. And you don't win it by the first corner.
You certainly don't. But of course, just talking to the Division 1 drivers, and it could get quite exciting between Ryan Smith and Tom O'Rourke on that one. But you actually qualified ahead of 2 Division 1 drivers in that session. You actually crossed the line 11th out of the entire 2 divisions, of course, ahead of the likes of Stuart Oliver. We've got Bradley Smith there as well, Brad Smith. It's crazy really that they cut that so short. Do you think that hindered you at all, or was your lot not too much affected?
Yeah, I've still had a lot more to give. Probably another 2 seconds lap easy because the tyres are just coming in, and you're just finding the rhythm of what corner where, because you can't use the racing line because it's not the fastest in the wet. So you took a couple of laps to try and find what line to take through which corner, and I didn't even get to put them all together.
So, I mean, I know it's one of those, cliche things to talk about when we're doing driver interviews, but track conditions, quite important this weekend. We went out qualifying very wet. It was literally raining as you went out. And now it's bright sunshine, still quite frosty in the air, quite chilly. Do we think are you reusing tyres for a start? Will they be okay from qualifying? You've not had to do much change?
Yeah, well, there wasn't much grip out there, so you didn't put much wear through the tyres. If anything, it probably helps because you've now put them through a gentle heat cycle before you then go and use them through the race. But it's going to be 50-50 whether it's going to be dry in line or just greasy. So I think you'll find that it's going to start off greasy and then in different corners going to get a dry line where you start to go faster.
Well, fingers crossed you make it stick early on, of course, starting at the front of your pack. So it's all to watch and all to play for. I'm sure we'll get a chance to speak to you again at some point this weekend, Adam. But yeah, good luck for the last 5 races of the season.
Thank you very much.
Adam Bint, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, here we are down in the paddock now, just after qualifying. The weather changing dramatically by the minute. The sunshine coming out. First of all, of course, I'm here with Ryan Smith, reigning British champion, and in with a pretty good chance of making it 8 in a row, am I right?
Well, fingers crossed. The conditions are changing. It's been a funny old morning at Brands Hatch, but yeah, hopefully we take one race at a time.
Indeed, and speaking of the first race here at Brands Hatch, of course the finale of the year, Tom O'Rourke with an astounding qualifying session, quite an interesting one. Were you surprised to be finishing that qualifying in first place, and of course now starting the first race of the weekend with the entire pack chomping at your heels?
I never thought I'd have qualified in pole, but yesterday I had a good qualifying set. I think I was the second fastest. So, and you get a wee bit of confidence for that. I think the rain's a good leveller, So, no, I think I was quite lucky that the session finished early.
Quit while Tom's ahead.
And I think, just to second that, I think throughout the paddock, I don't think anybody expected Tom to be on pole. Well, I did. And I actually called it last night, and me and Jenkins had just an open conversation.
I actually heard this behind closed doors, that he said, I reckon he's going to do quite well.
Because I've looked at I worked with Tom in the past, and look, Tom can drive. Tom's a very capable driver, and I just don't think he's had the rub of the green or it's gone for him. I knew he had that in him, and you know what? A better man couldn't have took it on the day. It is what it is. We're on the front row together, and it'll be surely fireworks at the November Brands Hatch.
No, I mean, we shoot quickly back to November Brands last year when we had terrible conditions again. Yeah. You were absolutely flying around that track as well then, weren't you?
No, I like the wet. As I say, it's a bit of a leveller. And I seem to do pretty well at it, so I'm hoping it pisses for the high heavens in the next hour.
and what I was laughing about, Tom's a very successful businessman, very intelligent, and now and again he's got a really good sense of humour. and I said to him this morning, I said, what a lap that was. He went, aye, all the chases I've had in Scotland when it's been raining by the police.
Yeah, of course, nothing you here is factual at all. It's all hearsay. Nothing can be proved. Well, gentlemen, fantastic conditions. Like I say, getting better by the minute. First and second pole position. It's been a fantastic year so far, and fingers crossed we start the finale the way we mean to finish the year.
No, brilliant. Looking forward to it.
He's lost Ryan, he's gone.
Sorry.
It's fine, Ryan, don't worry about it, we're finished.
Sorry, guys.
No, you know what? Fine. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Tom. Let's call that a day. Let's go speak to Division 2.
Thank you.
Good luck, gentlemen. Thank you. Right, let's go and find now our Division 2 championship contenders with just 1 point between them. Adam Bint and Paul Rivett. Wow, this is going to be a tight one.
here we are, Brands Hatch, the Indy circuit, and for the first time this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship machines are on the grid, and it's rather a surprise package. Tom O'Rourke with the wet weather masterclass earlier on, best finisher third so far this season, starts now from pole position alongside the defending champion looking to make it 8 titles in a row, Ryan Smith, the number 1. Jock Borthwick in his Man TGX is next on row 2 of the grid. Michael Oliver alongside on row 2. John Bowler, another of the Mans, alongside Richard Collett on row 3, the 14 and the 95. Row 4, Craig Reed in the 68 and David Jenkins in the 69. Row 5, Steve Powell alongside Simon Reed. Row 6 is Bradley Smith, the 46, alongside Stuart Oliver, the number 7. And then row 7 is Neil Yates alongside Simon Faulkner. There's then going to be a gap of a few rows back to the Division 2 competitors. It'll be Adam Bint and Paul Rivette, the 2 title contenders in the Division 2 category, alongside each other. Then alongside them, John Powell and Simon Cole, the 6 and the 41. Our final row of the grid in Division 2, the number 10 and the number 28, Craig Evans and Jim Bennett, rounding out our order as we get ready to go racing for the first time this weekend. It'll be 5 races in the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. We have very tricky conditions. It's not quite as wet as it was, but we do have some cameras that have the honour of shelter. This is the number 68, Craig Reed, that we ride on board with here, starting from row 4 of the grid, 7th on the grid. We also have an onboard further back in the pack as well, John Powell in Division 2 in the number 6. He also will be carrying one of our 2 onboard cameras here, the British Truck Racing Championship decider, where it all started at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. And it's Ryan Smith, the number 1, the defending champion, with the current advantage in the points. 391 points for Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver, who is 2nd in the championship. There you see the number 7 car, the number 7 truck I should say. Stuart Oliver starting from just 12th on the grid. A lot of work to do for Stuart Oliver, who sits 2nd in the championship. David Jenkins only 8th on the grid as well. So the drivers in 2nd and 3rd in the championship have a lot of work to do as Ryan Smith starts from the front row of the grid. But what about Tom O'Rourke? What can he do? What kind of story could he tell at the end of this season? 3rd place, his best finish so far this year, and he's now in prime position from pole to maybe take a win in the last weekend of the year. 5 races this weekend. This is our first. The first of 5 races this weekend in the British Truck Racing Championship will begin now. We're in 2x2 formation. A rolling starter waits, and our pole sitter, Tom O'Rourke, leads them away for the first time. We are racing, and it is a good start from the outside of the front row from the number 1. Smith leads then in the Daimler Freightliner. Smith leading the way in the early going. The 7-time champion has had a command over this championship since 2016, has won every year since 2016. 3 wide further back in the pack. Oh, Collett's number 55 has lost its front there. In fact, the 95, my apologies, but Collett in the 95 with a little bit of bodywork off. Oh, and contact. That's Stuart Oliver. Oliver getting tagged there by the number 5 of Bint as well. So the championship Division 2 leader and the Division 1 second place in the championship, both walking wounded. Huge, huge development in the first lap on the way down to Graham Hill Bend. This plays into the hands of Paul Rivette in Division 2, and it plays into the hands of your race leader Smith. Red flag, red flag. The first lap of the race not even completed, and we already have a red flag. Ryan Smith in the lead of the race. The race, in theory, would now get reset back to the start as if we haven't actually got underway yet. We're not going to count that first lap towards the racing. However, big drama for some of our championship contenders. Bint in the number 5, collecting the number 7. Adam Bint, the 2016 Division 2 champion, who came into this weekend with just 1 point over Paul Rivette. You see the 5 rolling through our shot there. Adam Bint is still rolling, but he collided with the spinning Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver in the number 7, the GT Tyres backed entry. We'll get a replay of it now. Keep an eye on the mid-pack. You can see the sliding, you can see the sideways action. Just exiting the outside of Druids now is Stuart Oliver. And Oliver loses the rear end, spins into one of the others. I believe that may have been Bennett. And then Adam Bint collecting Stuart Oliver. Oh, and it was Rivette. My apologies, Rivette spinning as well. So Paul Rivette is the one that's spinning at the far left of your shot. So Rivette was caught up in that as well. Paul Rivette caught up in that as well as Adam Bint, Stuart Oliver. So the championship top 2 in Division 2, as well as Stuart Oliver, were all caught up in that. Stuart Oliver got spun around on the front end of Paul Rivette's machine. And huge drama and huge damage for Stuart Oliver. That surely is going no further in this race. The question now is, will it go any further point blank? Because that looked really bad. I'm wondering if they can get that out for race 2 later on this Saturday afternoon. We ride on board with the 68 of Craig Reed. But to recap on that instant then, it was Stuart Oliver who spun. He got sideways out of Druids, hooked himself on the front end of Paul Rivette. Rivette then spun off onto the grass on the outside of Graham Hill Bend, and Stuart Oliver got collected by Adam Bint. So both parties in the Division 2 championship fight involved in that, and that could help John Powell, who we ride on board with at the moment. John Powell, 3rd in the championship on 387 points. There are 80 points to score this weekend, the 15 points per race win, in addition to the pole position points as well. So while it's an outsider's shot for John Powell, having Rivette and Bint in strife certainly does him some favours, but you can see Rivette and Bint just ahead of him. Both of them are there. However, certainly some concern around the front end of both machines. Both Rivette and Bint sustained front end damage on their trucks. Of course, Paul Rivette, a 4-time Clio Cup champion, and has been moved on to rather heavier machinery for this season. 17 wins so far this year in Division 2. Only 5 times Paul Rivette in the number 22 has been off the podium this year. 3 of those, however, came at the Brands Hatch opener. So back in April, when we started the season at Brands Hatch, Rivette was really struggling. Does that apply after a season of experience at the season closer in November? The championship battle overall in Division 1 has definitely taken a big twist. Stuart Oliver looks likely to mount a non-score in this race. With the sheer amount of damage, huge suspension damage on that number 7, I can't see Stuart Oliver getting out there again for this race. To be honest with you, I'd be shocked if we saw it out for race number 2. A reminder of the point scoring in this championship: it's 15 points for a win, 14 points for second, 13 for third, and then it continues on down to 1 point for 15th. So Ryan Smith, if he can get a podium, that is a huge benefit to his championship opportunity. David Jenkins on 354 points is also within mathematical range of the championship, but Stuart Oliver, who was second in the points, has a big issue. Stuart Oliver with damage to the GT tyres backed number 7 rig, Volvo VNL. Stuart Oliver, of course, a 10-time champion in the British Championship, dominated dominant in the 2000s was Stuart Oliver. He's had 5 wins so far this year. The critical thing, though, has been his consistency. 17 podiums over the course of 30 races so far this season. However, this race number 1 of 5 this weekend, isn't it likely to end with a podium, does it? The number 7 isn't there. Stuart Oliver with significant damage. And so, all eyes now are on Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith, adorned with the number 1 7 times in a row. His first championship win coming in 2016, is now a 7-time champion, looking to make it 8 this weekend. And with Stuart Oliver falling by the wayside, all indications, it must be said, point to the number 1. I can see the number 7 truck down by the exit of Graham Hill Bend at the cut through at the back of the main paddock, and well, to put it lightly, that number 7 is second hand. Big drama on the first lap then, the Division 2 top 2 among those that got caught up. And now I'm just trying to see out of my commentary box window, Paul Rivette is still at the back of the pack. Everyone else got moved forward onto the grid again. Rivette, though, is still being worked on at the very back of the grid. So Paul Rivette, I think they're working on the 22 truck at the moment. So the Division 2 championship battle hanging in the balance, and it seems as though Rivette has something of a mechanical malady at the moment. I can see parts and potentially some turf being thrown from the number 22 at the moment. They're working hard to get the Napa-backed number 22 ready to go. You can see there that the team is working on it. Rivette himself is out of the cabin at the moment, so he hasn't taken his front row spot among the Division 2 competitors. Rivette, a 4-time Clio Cup champion, knows his way around a championship winning campaign, was one of the foremost drivers in the Clio Cup on the BTCC package in the 2000s, and has raced all manner of things since then. This is certainly the biggest vehicle he's ever raced, and this could be the biggest adversity that he's faced all season. He has been astounding in Division 2 this year. But potentially, with that drama ongoing, let's just hope that he gets to take the start. The race, in theory, would have had a 15-minute race distance. However, it's just come through on the timing screen that they've revised the distance to 10 minutes. So just 10 minutes of racing as opposed to the scheduled 15. That is to make sure that we don't get caught out by the November rain, or indeed the November darkness. You see Powell on board there with the 6 machine. He will be hoping, if anything, that that outside spot on the front row doesn't get filled. Stuart Oliver, number 7, hasn't gained anti-gravity, but is being towed away from has been towed away from the scene of the crash. Or at least the scene of where that number 7 was pulled up, and that's going to be a big amount of work now for Stuart and the team to try and put in. Of course, Team Oliver, composed of 2 drivers, the second of them being Michael Oliver. We again get a replay, and there you see the spinning Stuart Oliver just losing traction at the rear into the side of Paul Rivett, and then Bint has nowhere to go. All sorts of scattering bodywork and competitors trying to take evasive action on the grass, but Rivett into the grass, Bint with damage, and Oliver with significant damage. The good news is at least towing back somewhat straight and true. It doesn't look horrible, with the exception of what is clearly right rear suspension damage. Maybe this isn't quite as bad as initially suspected. Hopefully they have the spares and the manpower to get it done for race 2, but certainly won't be back out again in this race. If you've ever wondered why trucks have big, torquey, high-capacity diesel engines, you're now seeing why, as the recovery truck hauls Stuart Oliver up Paddock Hill Bend and back into the paddock. These machines are so enormous that they can't take the tunnel back down to the support paddock. They have to use the cut through at the top of Paddock Hill. But a huge drama for the 10-time champ Stuart Oliver. Let's hope that he's back out later on. Race 2 of the day also scheduled for this Saturday. Ryan Smith then will be starting from the front row of the grid alongside Tom O'Rourke. Now, Ryan Smith has had 16 wins so far this year from the 30 races that have been run before this weekend. So over half the races that have been run this season have been won by Ryan Smith, which is an incredible record. David Jenkins, the number 69, will inherit, in theory, so long as he gets the flag, he will inherit potentially second in the championship here. Jenkins so far, who of course is a champion in his own right, the 2011 division run champion, has actually been on a bit of a hot run of form in recent times. 8 top 5s and 3 wins within the last 10 races, 5 of which took place at Snetterton, 5 of which the second time in the season was a visit to Pembrey. So Jenkins has been on good form, but that qualifying, only 8th on the grid, not quite up to Jenkins' high standards. But what about Tom O'Rourke this morning? Incredible qualifying performance in very tricky conditions, and you heard him earlier on talking to Pointy, saying, yeah, I'm fine with the rain, more rain the better, or maybe in more colourful language than that. It is, however, starting to dry up here. It's certainly not a dry surface by any stretch of the imagination, but you can see the sunshine, you can see the blue skies. I have to report that you can also see grey skies emanating from behind clearways, and the wind is blowing it towards us, so I don't know how long these blue skies are going to last. But for now, at least, it is drying. I think Tom O'Rourke would rather that the heavens opened. O'Rourke currently 11th in the standings on 158 points, so he could do with some points to wrap up his season. You see the clouds there. It's blue sky towards Paddock Hill Bend, and the darkest of grey clouds on the other side of the circuit towards Clearways and Clark Curve. Certainly the truck competitors accustomed to these challenges at the Brands Hatch November event. The fireworks, of course, a huge part of this weekend as well. It's one of the biggest events of the year, the last major event in the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit calendar. Always one to savour, and unfortunately Paul Rivette is being towed back into the paddock. I'm just looking out of my window now, and I can tell you that Paul Rivette is being towed away into assembly area. Being towed into the assembly area now. Paul Rivette's number 22 is likely going to end up a non-score. There is the 22 machine. This is a big development in favour of Adam Bint. Ironically, it was Adam Bint who I thought got the worst of that situation with Stuart Oliver. But unfortunately, Rivette's 22 is being towed away. I remind you that coming into this event, Adam Bint was on 412 points. Paul Rivette was on 411. So this is a big shift in the championship in favour of Adam Bint in Division 2. The Division 2 machines are more production oriented than the Division 1s, a little less modified. If you think of it in GT racing terms, the Division 1s are GT3s, the Division 2s are GT4s, or if you prefer your motorcycles, Division 1s are the superbikes and Division 2 is the super stock. It's that kind of differentiator. There you see the number 22 getting towed back then. Not how Paul Rivette will have wanted to start this weekend in the slightest. Rivette has a good team behind him at Napa Racing UK, but it seems as though they're at least going to have to wait for race 2. Of course, again, the question mark is, what can you do on these Herculean machines within the paddock? How many spares have you brought? How easy is any job realistically with such mammoth racing machines? It's all a lot more complicated when it's truck racing. We've seen it time and time again, the massive machines and the effect they can have when they go off circuit as well, and that applies not just to the scenery but also to the trucks themselves. You saw their personnel vacating the grid about 15 seconds ago. That suggests to me that we are not too far away from rolling in what is set to be a reduced 10-minute distance in this race. Of course, another one with some battle scars from the race start attempt number 1. Richard Collett, you see still the 95 without its front bumper. That shouldn't have too much effect for the two-time champion. Collett won the championship all the way back in 1997 and before that in 1995. His best result this year, 3rd place, 2 third places to his name this season. So Collett would like to end his season on a high. See if the number 95 has a clearer run in the early stages this time. Collett only 10th in the points, incidentally. John Bowler ahead by just a few. Bowler taking 1 victory this year at Thruxton, the number 14. There you see the remainder of the grid. No Paul Rivette on the front row among the Division 2 competitors. No Stuart Oliver towards the back of Division 1. And that was always the risk, wasn't it, for Stuart Oliver? As a championship contender, you'd never want a poor qualifying, especially if you're fighting from underneath, if you're trying to close up a deficit. And for Stuart Oliver, the curse of being in the pack struck him hard, and realistically, it was his own mistake. We saw him lose traction on the rear axle, and that is why Stuart Oliver is seemingly not going to be taking the start. So green flag lap, take 2. will now attempt once again to get this 10-minute race underway. We were scheduled for 15 minutes. Race has now been reduced to 10 because of time constraints, and owing to the fact that the race had barely gotten started, we reset back to the grid as it was published. So Tom O'Rourke with the number 86 will start from pole position alongside Ryan Smith. The Daimler Freightliner of Smith joined on that front row by the man TGS of Tom O'Rourke. Row 2 of the grid, Jack Borthwick, the number 32, and Michael Oliver, the number 12. John Bowler, the 14, starting from row 3 of the grid alongside Richard Collett in the 95. Craig Reed, the number 68, is alongside David Jenkins in the 69. Row 5, Stephen Powell, the number 3, alongside Simon Reed, the 89. Bradley Smith now alone on row 6. No Stuart Oliver. Neil Yates and Simon Faulkner, the 33 and the 92, set to start from row 7. The Division 2 grid, Adam Bint is now going to be all alone on the front row in Division 2. Paul Rivette not taking the start. John Powell, the number 6, on row 12, the second row of Division 2. Simon Cole, Craig Evans and Jim Bennett rounding out your Division 2 order. And for the second time today, we attempt now to get race 1 started. After a significant red flag, we are now getting back to racing in the British Truck Racing Championship, a reduced 10-minute distance for race 1. No Stuart Oliver, second place in the Division 1 Championship, and no Paul Rivette either from Division 2. So 2 championship contenders are missing. Tom O'Rourke is your pole sitter. Ryan Smith alongside him. We're rolling, we're racing once again in the British Truck Racing Championship. 2, almost 3 wide in places as they run towards Paddock Hill Bend. It looks as though O'Rourke still has the inside and the lead. Yes, indeed he does. However, look at Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith looking to the inside, not close enough for a move. Collett has got a good start, he's in third, and that's Jenkins. Wow, 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 David Jenkins, the 69. Oh, he's had contact with the 89, contact down the hill. Simon Reed and David Jenkins getting into each other. Jenkins, who if he finishes well, will inherit second in the championship from the non-starting Stuart Oliver, having a big moment on lap 1 of the race. Smith in second place under significant pressure from Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver, the number 12. Oh, and Collett spinning. Collett, oh, big collision, big collision. Collett, the number 3 of Stephen Powell. And Collett firmly stuck in the gravel trap there. Collett just lost the rear end. Such difficult conditions to race these big trucks. It's side by side for 6th place there. Great side-by-side action as they go down Paddock Hill Bend for the second time, but the red flag is declared. Red flag once again. Jenkins still trying to fight there with Reed, whom he collided with here a lap ago. But for the second time, this race is red flagged, and the question now is this it? Because we've already reduced this race from 15 minutes down to 10, and the weather and the circumstances, the conditions, all seem to be conspiring against our competitors, and it's now confirmed that this session will not be restarted. That's just come up on the timing screen. We've had 2 attempts at a first lap, and neither of them have really worked out. We got onto a second lap of racing on the restart, but unfortunately with yet another truck beached, this event has been halted for now, and they're going to have to wait for race number 2 at the weekend to go racing again. Lots and lots of wounded trucks up and down the order, hugely dramatic few laps. There you see the idling machines. We got to see just how impressive these machines are. We got a taste of the power and the sheer mind-bending force of racing trucks. However, we only really got 3 laps of racing. The record book will tell you only 1 before the red flag. So then, the order after 1 lap of racing: Tom O'Rourke, the number 86, will be the winner. Ryan Smith, the number 1, second. Michael Oliver, third, the number 12. Jock Borthwick, 4th, and Stephen Powell rounding out the top 5. However, with just 1 lap of racing, the question remains, will this be counted for points? I suspect perhaps not. John Bowler, the number 14, in 6th. Craig Reed, the number 68, in 7th. Simon Reed, the 89, in 8th. David Jenkins with a 9th place finish. If they do count this for full points, he may well move into 2nd in the championship. Bradley Smith, the number 46, rounding out the overall top 10. Adam Bint, the first of the Division 2s, ahead of John Powell and Simon Cole. However, with just 1 lap in that race, it's very difficult to know quite what the situation will be. We can, however, go down to the voice of reason. Pointy, to you.
Wow. Yeah, so that was trucks on a track. Don't know whether we can call it racing. It definitely wasn't enough laps to be a race. No one's got a clue what's going on. We're down here in the pit lane. No one's really sure whether the points will qualify, whether they'll fall back to qualifying, or whether they'll actually score the previous lap before the incident. It's a bit of a random one. Not the start any of us, of course, were expecting, especially not for the likes of Paul Rivett and Stuart Oliver, who are both themselves in 2nd place in their corresponding championships. And now, of course, not getting any points at all for that first race of the weekend. We had another red flag there, you may have just seen. Ricky Collett spinning off, causing that 2nd red flag for that race. So, of course, with the race already reduced to 10 minutes, they've now completely called it a day. So the question marks are everywhere. The rain is starting to come in, and the trucks are making their way directly back to Parc Fermé, of course, down in the lower paddock where we saw you earlier on. So it really is anyone's guess. Who got what position? Nobody knows. Who got what points for the championship? Nobody knows. But a surprising, fantastic start for Ryan Smith and Tom O'Rourke at the beginning of Division 1, and they had 2 very clean starts each, with a fantastic result for Tom O'Rourke, of course, holding his own for that first lap and a half, shall we call it. So as you can hear in the background now, the trucks are making their way back down to Parc Fermé, so we're going to head down there too on foot. It's a bit of a jaunt, so we'll see you back down there, and we'll hopefully get some rather colourful opinions from some of the drivers.
I think you can count on colour for sure, Pointy. Thank you for that. A lot of question marks, definitely, with the race distance. Will that be counted towards points? I would suggest it's unlikely that that will count for points, but until we get an official ruling handed down, it's difficult to know for sure. What we do know for sure is that our next race out on the circuit is due out now, but it'll be a few minutes. The Legend Cars National Championship set to be our next racing action. The Pickup Truck Racing Championship will be out next for their first race of the weekend. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy is set to start at 2:35, but might be a few minutes late, what with the schedule delays. The British Truck Racing Championship back out there at 3:10. Will we be joined by the likes of Stuart Oliver and Paul Rivett? That's a big question mark at the end of this day. We will close out with the Legend Cars National Championship, their 3rd race of the day, in just a short while. It's an exciting weekend every year when we head to Brands Hatch in November. The inclement conditions are one factor, the championships being decided is another. For the live spectators, of course, there is the fireworks and the celebrations at the end of the British Truck Racing Championship season. But also, with November, with these conditions, can come drama. And well, we've seen a case study of that in the first British Truck Racing Championship of the day. We saw there both the second place contenders in each division having issues. Stuart Oliver with quite big rear suspension damage by the looks of it on his number 7, and Paul Rivette, who was also collected in the same incident, also just 1 point back from the leading Adam Bint coming into this race. He'll be a lot further back if points are scored, but again, we're not even sure if this is going to count towards the championship. We tried to have our first weekend race of the weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship. I think many of us would think maybe we didn't actually end up getting that race. We'll have to wait and see what is decided. The Legend Cars National Championship will be out again shortly. We now get a replay of what turned out to be the final moments of the race. Keep an eye on the 95. Richard Collett was sideways and struggling with adhesion at Surtees as he tried to tip it into Clearways and Clark Curve. Just completely lost the rear, clattered into the side of the 32, the 14 and the 3. So John Bowler, Neil Yates, Stephen Powell all collected up in that as well, but it was Richard Collett, unfortunately, in a spin that ended the race. He ended up beached in the gravel, and the recovery of that 95 truck is still ongoing at the moment. Of course, these are not easy beasts to move. However, it does look as though they have freed Richard Collett from the gravel, and it seems that that truck might even make it back to Paddock on its own steam. It's currently thoroughly churning the grass on the inside of Clearways and Clark Curve. Not sure who's footing that bill, but that might be up for debate. You see there that the conditions, we were talking about it just before our second attempt at starting the race. We were talking about the sun and how it looked like maybe it was brightening up. It's now very, very dark out there. We now get an onboard look, I believe, at the Collett incident. So again, look through the trucks to the sideways 95. We ride on board with the 68 of Craig Reed. And yep, Collett just exiting stage left and collecting the number 14 as well. Quite significant damage potentially to John Bowler. You can see him struggling under power as they headed onto the Brabham Straight that time. Certainly a disproportionate amount of damaged trucks to racing laps completed over the course of the last half an hour or so. Hopefully things fare better for the trucks when they're scheduled to be back out there in a couple of hours' time. Next up, as we mentioned, is the Legend Cars National Championship. The Legend Cars National Championship is due out there next up. Of course, the Legends didn't get their qualifying session this morning owing to the weather conditions. So that was a complicating factor for all of them. They went out onto the circuit cold, effectively, having not done much in the way of running in the wet conditions. They did get some testing on Friday, but in terms of pure wet conditions, the Legends haven't had that many rolls of the dice. The heats, the grid heats, were determined purely by random draw earlier on for the All Growth Legends National Championship. And the grid for this one, Daniel Pooley is set to be your pole sitter for that race. As they'll soon make their way out of the paddock. Of course, the issue, I think, for everyone now is just making sure that all the various bits of truck have been cleared away. Hopefully that won't Won't take too long, but the grid will be Daniel Pooley in the 32, starting from pole position in the Legends. Ben Higgins will line up on the front row alongside him. Nick Bridgman on the 68 and Will Gibson the 57, critically starting from 4th place. So the championship leader, Will Gibson, in a good position heading into this race. We are scheduled for a race decided on laps, although they might run it to a time rather than a number of laps, depending on just how quickly they get the cars out onto the circuit. The other complicating factor with the Legends is that they have a limited ability to actually compete in the rain. That is why the qualifying session was not run this morning. So let's hope, fingers crossed, that the race 2 of the Legends Cars National Championship occurs as intended. So the Legends Cars National Championship due out next here at Brands Hatch. We've already seen today the Junior Saloon Car Championship, of course. They're only scheduled to be out once today, so we'll see them next on Sunday. The Junior Saloon Car race earlier on falling in favour of Dar Flock, who could well be champion in less than 24 hours' time, has a significant lead. I believe it will be 34 points between Flock and Cameron Pratt in the championship. Cameron Pratt Thompson second in the championship and second in the race earlier today as well. Of course, we have seen the Legends out once today as well. The Legends National Championship, which is now an established and has long since been an established part of the UK racing scene, and always exciting, particularly in situations where they haven't been able to qualify, because we did have a firmly mixed up order in the grid earlier on, because they drew it out of a hat, and Jack Parker, the number 4, was your winner earlier on in difficult conditions in the Legends Cars National Championship. He managed to win that race in rather stellar fashion, looked more impressive than just about anybody else out there in the wet conditions. In fact, the only driver in the race to set a 107 earlier on, Jack Parker. So certainly one to watch if the conditions remain as they are currently when the Legends head back out there onto circuit momentarily. Jack Parker, definitely one to watch. The Mickle Motorsport number 4, shared between himself and John Mickle, who will be out in that car on the Sunday. A few of the cars are shared in that manner. It was Luke Simmons who finished second in the race earlier on today, and Simmons also, of course, an important factor in the championship. So Luke Simmons, second in the championship, came into this weekend 430 points back from Will Gibson. That sounds like a lot, but do bear in mind there were 1,200 points left to score coming into this weekend. Therefore, Will Gibson certainly not that comfortable. There's still opportunity for him to lose that title. Gibson only finishing 6th earlier on in 57, albeit starting from well inside the teens on the grid. Gibson this time, though, critically, will be starting clear of Simmons, so that is going to be really useful for Will Gibson. Gibson will start in 4th place and Simmons will start in 14th. So Luke Simmons, the current championship runner-up, will have a lot of work to do. Daniel Pooley, as we've said already, will be starting from number 32. I don't know what it says that our 2 pole sitters today have been called Fountain and Pooley. Maybe a slight allusion to the conditions at play. Daniel Pooley, the number 32, will be your pole sitter alongside Ben Higgins once the national cars do head out there in a minute. Nick Bridgman and Will Gibson on row 2. Mark Beattie and James Newbury will be row 3. That's the 85 and the number 2. I can hear them rolling, so that's good news. Ollie Schlupp, the number 9, alongside Andrew Rogerson, the 113. Chris Needham on row 5, the number 13, alongside Matt Knight, the 222. Nathan Anthony, the number 29 and 11th, alongside Nick Price, the number 34. Andy Bird, the number 30. And Luke Simmons, as we alluded to, 14th on the grid for the number 25. Tyler Reid, the number 6, starting from 15th, alongside Jack Parker in 16th. So our race winner from earlier on, the random draw, not doing him any favours. What can Parker do from 16th? He's very quick in the wet. We've seen that today already. Charlie Budd, the number 44, starting from 17th. He's alongside Rob Fountain, the number 31, in 18th place. Mike Schlupp is next, 19th, alongside Leonard Woodcock, the 321. Harry Marcel, the 28 car, starting from 21st, alongside Glenn Burtonshaw. Row 12, Paul Simmons alongside Scott Smith. Row 13, Stuart McAndrew alongside Ben Highland. Andy Phillips and Chris Dewey rounding out our 28 car scheduled order. Safety car leading them around for a second lap, so the competitors getting a couple of opportunities to get their eye in these difficult conditions. Daniel Pooley with a lot of pressure on his shoulders from pole position. The random grid certainly adding another combustible element to a championship that I would argue doesn't normally need any more of that anyway. Pooley finished 10th place earlier on. So Pooley had decent pace in the wet, however he wasn't that competitive relative to some at the sharp end of the order. So Pooley, unless he finds a turn of pace, I'm rather doubtful that he's going to hold on to that win unless he can really get the elbows out. He's going to have a lot of work to do from that position. So we're scheduled for 10 laps of racing here, as you can see on screen. Even though that is a short distance, especially around a circuit as diminutive as the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit, if there's one thing I know about Legends racing, it's that we can expect a lot of drama. A season's worth of drama in some championships will happen over the course of 10 laps of Legends at Brands Hatch. Strap in, everybody. The grid order is random because there was no qualifying. The draw of a hat deciding this grid, and that means that some of our championship contenders are way out of position. Daniel Pooley is our pole sitter. Championship leader Will Gibson starts from 4th, and his closest championship combatant Luke Simmons starts all the way down in 14th place. So they're in 2x2 formation now as they head through Clearways and Clark. It's Daniel Pooley who chooses to pull the trigger. Now we go racing. And it's a good start from the outside from Ben Higgins. Look at Nick Bridgman as well. Nick Bridgman was right there on Pooley's rear bumper, but it is Pooley that leads the way, or is it? Because Higgins carries a lot of speed around the outside. It is Ben Higgins who carries the speed around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend and leads early doors. Very good driving from Higgins. Oh, spinning in the back. A couple of cars, 3 cars potentially involved in that. Spins in the early stages of the race. Didn't look like any of our championship contenders, fortunately. Everybody heads down the Cooper Straight for the first time of asking, and Higgins just about continues to lead the way. Up into second place, meanwhile, has gone Will Gibson. So Will Gibson, the current championship leader, the defending champion, currently in the lead. Oh, and we've got a car slow. And look at the top 2, as close as you like as they head down to Paddock Hill Bend. Will Gibson on the offensive potentially for the lead. It's side by side. No, it's not. Still just about the number 20. Ben Higgins that leads the way, of course. Lest we forget, Higgins to end the race on a flatbed earlier on. Look at the top two so close together, side by side for the lead. Higgins has the inside line for Graham Hill Bend on lap 2 of 10. Gibson later on the brakes on the outside of Graham Hill Bend carries the speed wonderfully on the wet line. And Will Gibson moves into the lead of the race. Ben Higgins in P2. Onto the curbs they go, and you see everyone struggling for traction at Surtees. Traditionally a very difficult place to put the power down in these kind of conditions. Up to third place already is Ollie Schlupp, who started all the way down in 7th. We've had a good start as well from Jack Parker, who started 16th and is already well within the top 10. So race 1's winner, in fact there you see him looking to the inside of one of his other competitors. Parker already up to 7th place and challenging for 6th. So Jack Parker, who put on an absolute masterclass earlier on, is at it again, working his way through the pack. Oh, a bit wide there from Schlupp in the number 9. Ollie Schlupp just about finds his way back to the racing surface after going out very, very wide indeed. You see there the number 6 of Tyler Reid in amongst it there in the Lightning McQueen inspired colours. That battle a lot further back down in the pack for 11th place. There you see the number 6, the distinctive red machine. Just behind the number 51 of Simmons. Simmons leading among the, I believe, the guest drivers in their own separate class, but you see there the number 6 really reeling in already. Moving up the order, but moving up the order more so than anybody is Parker in the number 4, currently 5th position. There is, understeering very wide, Schlupp in the number 9. So Gibson your leader, but I think we need to keep an eye on the number 4 of Parker in 5th place, because Parker, who won the race earlier, 5th place man of Parker, has been on it. There you see actually now just closing in on Needham, the number 13. So Needham under pressure now. Down the main straight we go, and Parker, who started in 16th position, is about to maybe make a move for 4th place. Needham trying to make his car as wide as possible. Chris Needham, though, leaving the inside open. And Jack Parker, in these conditions, doesn't need to be asked twice. He moves up to 4th place. The top 3 are together in a queue then. It is Gibson, Will Gibson in the 57, who finished 6th earlier on today, leading the way. The championship leader could do without scoring those around him, and that's exactly what he's scheduled to do right now. Luke Simmons, meanwhile, is all the way down in 17th. There is Luke Simmons. He was one of the ones that spun on the first lap then. So Luke Simmons was one of those that spun on the first lap. And that means that the championship swings well in the favour of Will Gibson. In fact, Gibson, if things finish as they are, will take a significant step forward in the championship. Back marker being dispatched of here. Meanwhile, side by side for 3rd place, Higgins gets dispatched by Jack Parker. Parker is the form driver right now, isn't he? Jack Parker with all the pace in the world. Meanwhile, a wag at the tail from Ollie Schlupp in the number 9. Schlupp is the next target for Parker then. I wouldn't bet against Jack Parker going all the way from 16th to 1st based on his current level of pace. He has been mightily impressive. There's the 25 working its way back through. That's a move for 15th overall on Burton's in the 72. Glenn Burton Shaw, I should say. Glenn Burton Shaw from Scotland, the number 72 machine, a guest class entry. The blue classed cars that you see on your graphics are the guest runners. I don't think factor into points consideration for this race. Lap 7 of the race begins then with your championship leader, Will Gibson, in the lead, and his closest rival, the number 25, the Dayglow yellow and grey machine you see heading onto the Brabham Straight, all the way down in 15th place. Wide line once again from Higgins in the number 20, but to be honest, he's making it work for him, isn't he? Ben Higgins has been using that outside line quite a lot at Druids Bend. And Schlupp, I would suggest, is maybe half a lap away from coming under pressure from Parker. Parker is looking very racy indeed. Jack Parker in 3rd place. On the power they go once again to start lap 8 this time by. And across the line they go to begin the final stanza of this race then. Lap 8 of 10, and Gibson is your leader by 0.7 of a second. But critically, here comes Parker in the number 4. Parker looking to try and go around the outside, couldn't quite make it work there. Oh, number 3 car in a spin. That is the other Schlupp machine. That is Mike Schlupp rejoining the race. So, as Ollie excels, I'm afraid Mike falters. And have we had a switch for second? Not yet, but Parker is right there on the rear of Ollie Schlupp. Look at how wide they're going. No room for error at all coming out of Clark Curve and Clearways. Just so close to the white line and the curb. And if you light the rears on that curb, you're in a spin. No question in a vehicle with such a short wheelbase as a Legends car. Drawing alongside for second place. Not quite. Parker in the number 4. Jack Parker right there on the back of second place and the leader. It's a 3-way battle for the lead here. Ollie Schlupp trying to get up the inside of Gibson in the 57. Will Gibson has the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, but Schlupp gets through before they even get to the corner. Schlupp carries the pace out of Druids, and now here comes Parker. Parker, who started the race in 16th place, has the inside line for Surtees. He leads on lap 9 of 10. We're going to begin the final lap this time, and it's rally crossing for our race leader. Ollie Schlupp gets back through into the lead. My word, this is a battle and a half. We've got some lap traffic to contend with as well in the form of the number 2 car by the looks of it, James Newbury. But look at Parker, he's motivated now to try and reclaim that lead that he lost just a few moments ago. Side by side they go. And through goes the number 4. 200 points for a race victory in this championship, so Gibson would love that. However, 3rd will do. Who's going to cross the line as the leader, though? It's anyone's guess. From 16th on the grid, your current leader, Jack Parker, my apologies. Jack Parker, who won the race earlier on today from 3rd on the grid, has managed to climb the rungs of the ladder back to the front from 16th. Otherworldly wet weather ability, seemingly, for Parker. However, Ollie Schlupp, with a little bit of lap traffic getting in the way of Parker, may have one last chance if he can get a good run down the Brabham Straight. The checkered flag will wave this time by. And will it be Jack Parker that crosses the line as your leader? Schlupp is in the tow, but I don't think he's going to draw alongside, or is he? It's going to be a photo finish. Oh, not quite. Jack Parker takes it. Ollie Schlupp will have to make do with 2nd place. 3rd place to your championship leader. As you see there, the number 6 running out wide. Reed having an issue at the end. But Will Gibson taking the 3rd spot on that podium and extending his championship lead. A think still a few too many points left to score on Sunday for him to wrap it up today, but he goes a step closer with that result there. Third for Gibson. And what about the Simmons machine? Well, Simmons finished in 13th place, so Luke Simmons, the runner-up in the championship as it stands, finishing 13th, with Gibson finishing third. That is a huge gain in the championship. I think that will be something in the region of 100 points gained by the 57, but your winner for the second time today is Parker in the number 4. Incredible drive from Jack Parker, who wins the race by, there you see it, 0.05 per second. Will Gibson across the line for third place ahead of Ben Higgins, Chris Needham taking 5th place, Andy Bird securing 6th in the number 30. Matt Knight, the 222, is next. Nick Bridgman, the 68, in 8th. Charlie Budd, the 44, in 9th. And Daniel Pooley, who started on pole, ended up finishing in 10th, where he finished earlier on today. Andrew Rogerson, 11th place, ahead of Paul Simmons, the first of the guest drivers. Chris Dewey in 13th place, ahead of the 14th place overall finisher Tyler Reid in the number 6, who went off track there towards the end and cost himself a few positions. Just behind Tyler Reid was Luke Simmons in 15th place, the current runner-up in the championship standings. He may have actually lost that to Ollie Schlupp. I think Ollie Schlupp may now be second in the championship, but I'll await confirmation on that from the Legends officials. 16th place, Fountain in the number 31, Anthony in the number 29, Burtonshaw in the 72. Next, the 46 of Smith in 19th, and the 85 of Beattie rounding out the overall top 20. So 10 laps of explosive racing as anticipated from the Legends, and for a second time today, Jack Parker is your winner. Can he make it 3 from 3 today? We'll see in the last race of the day, but by my calculations, Will Gibson has just taken a significant step toward championship glory. I don't think he can secure it today, mathematically speaking, but we will await confirmation on that. The pickup truck race is up next, and it has been declared on the timing screen that there will be 2 green flag laps, so they'll do 2 formation laps before going racing. So do 2 green flag laps for the pickups, who will be out there momentarily. Still got quite a few more races to come today here at Brands Hatch. The pickups are up next, the minis, the trucks and the Legends still to come, with more racing before the end of the schedule. Meanwhile, down in Truckville, we caught up with some of our competitors earlier on. Let's go down there now and get some insight from the paddock.
Okay, ahead of our first of our 3 pickup truck races this weekend. Qualifying is done and it is championship on the line. Our championship leader and current reigning champion, Rhys Jones. First of all, great season up to this point. Almost got a 300-point lead going into this weekend.
Yeah, it's a little bit of luck's been there for us, but yeah, no, we've had a good season, and we've managed to stay where we need to stay.
Now, you know what it means to and how to win a championship. Does last year's result make it a little bit easier on you this year, because there's less pressure to be a one-time champion?
Yeah, there's more of a gap this year than there was last year. So it's just a case of just no mistakes really, and keep it clean.
Now, we've got sunshine out there right now, but the ground is very wet. Talk us about qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying was good for us at the beginning. We made a tyre pressure change halfway through. Not sure whether that hampered us or not. It was about the same lap time, but the track started getting more greasy rather than wet. But yeah, other than that, it was good for us. We was on our wets, so we'll see.
Now, comfortable points gap, not at the front of the track for race number 1. Are you trying to win this in the first race, or going to try and keep the car nice and clean? What's your sort of like aim in the first race today?
Well, a lot of it's going to depend on the weather.
Yeah.
To whether we can give it or not. You know, in the wet weather, you've got to be a lot more careful. we will sit tight and just see how it plans out, really.
Very tactical.
Yeah, just see how it plans out for the first one. In the dry, it makes it a bit easier. You can make moves and you can make stuff happen. But in the rain, you've got to be very, very careful because it could all be over very quickly.
Finishing the number one priority.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Cool. Best of luck.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much.
mate. Thanks
Cheers,
a lot.
mate.
Rhys Jones, our current championship leader and current reigning champion too. It could all end, or it will end this weekend. Who will be out on top? He's got a 280-point lead. It's looking really good. Over to Adam.
Well, thank you very much. The trucks are indeed out there on the circuit now. As you can see, the usual resplendent colours up and down the grid for the for the trucks. Always great to see the pickup truck championship out there on the circuit. We'll talk you through the grid for this one in just a moment's time. Of course, in the championship, in the pickups, it is Rhys Jones in the number 40 truck that is the current protagonist, the 2022 champion. Rhys Jones in the number 40 is the current championship leader. However, it will be Mark Willis on pole position in the 65 alongside Rhys Jones in the race. Aaron Thompson on row 2 of the grid alongside Dean Tompkins. Next up, Dale Gent in the 83 alongside Matt Simpson in the number 30. Michael Smith, the number 93, is next alongside Ryan Hadfield. Alan Cooper on row 5 of the grid alongside Matthew Moore. Row 6 of the grid is Jamie Littrott, number 2, alongside Paul Tompkins, the number 12. Chris Brockhurst, the 89, is next alongside Eric Bolton, the number 68. Tom Hutchins, the number 29, is next alongside Jeff Simpson, the number 3. Daniel Fisher, the number 5, is alongside Neil Tressler in the Wrestlet Racing Machine, the number 37. James Goldstraw, the 52, is next alongside Russell Smith, the number 25. That rounds out our top 20 on this grid. Rich Ailing starting at the back. A reminder, there will be 2 formation laps for this one, so they're going to run around again for one more lap behind the safety car. 2 formation laps here, and I'll tell you what, the conditions once again are worsening. The rain is once again falling. You can see it appearing on the commentary box window. Rain is truly falling rather hard, and it must be said the wind hasn't stopped once. Our diligent camera operator Ezra comes in occasionally to my commentary box looking increasingly windswept, but he's doing a great job from here at the top of Brands Hatch. He's got the heavens gantry for his camera position this weekend. But there you see the 2x2 formation for our rolling start in the pickup truck racing championship. The race is scheduled for 18 laps. However, at the steward's discretion, they could change it to just 20 minutes. So we'll see whether that becomes a factor. It certainly could well be that they decide to shorten it if there is a delay to proceedings of some nature. So then, 2x2 formation. The conditions are worsening, and we will now go racing for the first time in the pickup truck racing championship, side by side. Let's see who gets the start then. Will it be the 65? Will it be the number 40? It's the inside line for our pole sitter, of course, and just about carrying the momentum in the lead. It looks as though holding on. Yes, it is Mark Willis that leads the way. However, he's a champion for a reason. The number 40, Rhys Jones, going around the outside, but look at Simpson. Simpson out of nowhere, up the inside and into the lead. We saw how impressive he was in the earlier qualifying in the wet conditions. Some contact further back as everybody tries to find a little bit of space. Very, very wiggly conditions, and oh goodness me, Mark Willis getting very sideways indeed. Just about manages to keep it in a straight line. And look at how, oh, big spin out of the top 5. That's the 93 of Michael Smith. Thankfully everybody manages to avoid him, but Michael Smith spins down the order in the A1 Performance product machine. We begin lap 2 of a scheduled 18, and look at who's leading, Matt Simpson. There's a good scrap here. Dale Gent, the 83, currently championship second place, of course, for Dale Gent, 3,679 points to Rhys Jones's 3,953. At the moment, Jones is down in 4th place, though, dropping through the order in the early stages. Side by side behind Gent, that's Cooper and Tompkins getting into it, the 77 and the 21. Oh, sorry, 72 and the 21. So Cooper on the outside line there in the green and black. Alan Cooper powering around the outside. Cooper and Tompkins are fighting together in the championship as well, so that is a key battle there. The battle for second place being led by the 41, Aaron Thompson. Thompson watching through his mirrors as the 2 cars behind him scrap. However, more important, my word, Thompson, surely not. No, he was never going to make that corner in a month of Sundays. My word, the opposite lock. He somehow kept it on something like terra firma and remains in second place. But the rear brakes locking on him there, and he did very well to stop the thing in any form. The 65 in 3rd place. Still fighting hard, Mark Willis, who started on pole position, and of course his fellow front row mate, the number 40 right behind him, Rhys Jones. This is maybe not how he expected this weekend to go. He started on the front row. He's the championship leader, he's the defending champion, but he's fighting for 3rd place. He's fallen down the order, and that pesky Matt Simpson has disappeared up the road. None of this matters to Rhys Jones, of course, as long as Dale Gent remains behind him. Side by side, down Paddock Hill bend, meanwhile. I think that could be Liptrot and Simpson. Yes, the number 2 and the number 3 fighting for 10th overall. Moore in the 84, pushing the number 93. Of course, that's the recovering Michael Smith. So Michael Smith, who spun earlier on, is working his way back through the field in the 93. The 84 just behind is indeed Moore, Matt Moore. But Matt Moore has lost out to the 93 on this lap. The 2 and the 3 are the next 2 targets in 10th and 11th place. So keep an eye on Jamie Liptrot there, who's leading the pack for now. But what can the number 3 do? What can Jeff Simpson do? And moreover, what about the recovering, hard-charging number 93, Michael Smith, who currently sits 8th in the championship? The 93, the 3rd in this queue of cars. Looks to the inside there of Simpson. Down Paddock Hill bend and back up Halewood Hill they go. Just trying to claim the inside line off the number 3, but Jeff Simpson keeps himself ahead for now of the 93. We've got one stopped down at Graham Hill Bend. That looks to be the 29 of Hutchins. So Tom Hutchins looks like he may register a non-finish in this race, unfortunately. Oh, the number 12 in a spin. That's Tompkins. The number 12, Paul Tompkins, who's 3rd in the championship. He was tied coming into this one, I believe, with Matt Simpson for 3rd in the championship. Simpson is your leader, and the number 12 is spinning down the pack. So in the battle for third in the championship, your race leader Simpson is looking very favourable indeed, and that was just far too much speed through Surtees. That was never going to work. The A4 metal recycling machine did well, frankly, to find some traction in the grass. Side by side, meanwhile, between the number 2 and the number 3, Liptrot losing out there to Jeff Simpson. So both of the Simpsons doing a good job here. Liptrot, though, trying to recover. Oh, and he tags Jeff Simpson into a spin. Simpson facing backwards at Graham Hill Bend. Oh, dear. Liptrot and Simpson colliding at the apex of Graham Hill Bend. And unfortunately, Simpson came off worse there. Jeff Simpson will drop down potentially to the very back of the grid. At the front of the order, though, it's the other Simpson, Matt Simpson, who is leading by 4.7 seconds right now. Look at Jones. He's now trying to once again make it up to third place. Rhys Jones to the inside here of Willis in the 65. And look who's behind Jones. It's Dale Gent. That is why Jones in the 40 has the hurry up, because his closest title rival, Dale Gent, is closing in. Side by side as they head down the Cooper Straight, and dragging past with the traction into third place is Rhys Jones. The Pink Peril is up into third position. It is lap 7 of the race. We're about to begin lap 8, and Rhys Jones currently leading this scrap now. He's managed to get himself up into third place. His next target, Thompson in the 41, is quite a long way up the road. Aaron Thompson with a decent margin. There's even some lap traffic involved in that as well. Keep an eye on Dale Gent in the 83, because he's right there behind Willis as well. Gent, of course, again, the closest rival to Rhys Jones in the championship, so certainly that's going to be the priority for Rhys Jones, is hoping, really, that Willis now makes his car as wide as possible. Look at the 72 of Cooper fighting with Dale Gent as well. There's lap traffic to contend with. Rich Ayling there. Everybody just making their way through Surtees Bend. I don't think the order has changed among this battle for fourth place. No, it hasn't. But certainly Willis, Gent, Cooper and Tomkin are in one long pack. Dean Tompkins in 7th place right now. There's Dale Gent in 5th position, scything up to the rear of Willis. It's 5.8 seconds, the gap at the front of the pack right now. Matt Simpson, the ex-BTCC star, just disappearing up the road. He seems to be doing brilliantly in these wet conditions. 5.8 seconds between himself and Aaron Thompson. Then it's the number 40 of Jones in third place. There's Simpson, your leader then. Well clear of the pack, almost 6 seconds in front. You've got Aaron Thompson in second, and in third place, just going through shot there at the head of this long queue, is Jones. Dale Gent, I think, is now having to put more energy into defending than attacking at the moment. I thought for a while he was going to be right past Willis, who looked like he was slowing a little bit. Mark Willis, though, has found some speed, and now, if anything, the main concern for Dale Gent is Alan Cooper. However, it varies corner to corner, almost, as Gent carries the momentum. He may have a move on for Druids, actually, because he's got a great run. Gent to the inside line, lovely stuff. Well carried speed there. However, Willis now with the inside line, Gent to the outside. Gent has maybe a bit more grip on the outside in these wet conditions. Yes, he does. Dale Gent is through into 4th place. Meanwhile, Cooper looks to the inside line and maybe has 5th place here. He and Willis muscling each other every inch of the way. Mark Willis. Oh, Dale Gent goes very wide indeed, but he just about keeps it on the tarmac. I thought he'd got off into the gravel momentarily. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in a great long queue. Lap 11 of 18 begins then. Simpson still 6 seconds clear. Here we see some of the scrapping further back in the field. There's the 93 of Smith still working his way back through the order after the earlier spin. Through though potentially for 5th place is Cooper in the 72. Yes, this time Alan Cooper gets it done. What about Willis though? He's often fired back immediately so far in this race, but he wasn't alongside, couldn't get it done on that occasion, and he has to worry as well about Dean Tompkins behind. Simpson crosses the line to begin lap 12. Meanwhile, all sorts of battling further back in the pack. There's Rich Ayling, I think, going a lap down. In fact, no, he's in a good battle for 19th place, along with Smith in the 25. So Russell Smith and Rich Ayling fighting further back. So that's it's almost 2 laps down already, that scrap. But everyone in all positions with a dancing partner out there somewhere. The Pickup Truck Racing Championship, for as long as I can remember, has always been one of the most exciting races, most exciting championships in the country, and we're seeing why here. Great scrap going on there again for 6th place. Willis and Tompkins, we saw them exiting at Druids. There's the 93 of Smith again, still recovering from that earlier spin. He hasn't made quite the progress I was expecting now in 12th place, so I thought by now Smith might be back into the top 10 based on where he started this, but doesn't quite seem to have been working out in his favour now. May well get to the top 10 before the end, although has a bit of a gap to the 84 in 10th place if he does manage to get through into 11th, which he now does. So through into 11th place has gone Smith. The 52 slowing up a bit there. I don't know if there was a slight issue maybe for James Goldstraw, or whether he's just struggling a bit with grip. Oh my goodness, and that's struggling with grip. A wheel on the dirt there from Tompkins in the 12. Paul Tompkins, who, lest we forget, is 3rd in the championship. He really is struggling. He's in the number 12. He's in 12th place. He's going to lose big points to Rhys Jones, Dale Gent, and indeed Matt Simpson. Matt Simpson, who I think was tied with Paul Tompkins coming into this race, currently leading the way with absolute style. Crossing the line now to begin lap 14 of the race. Through Paddock Hill Bend goes Simpson. Matt Simpson has been really impressive in these conditions. We saw earlier on in quali just how quick he looked to be. No one seemed to have an answer to Matt Simpson in qualification. The 41 of Thompson in 2nd place, 5.6 seconds away. Meanwhile, Dale Gent, Cooper and Willis still fighting it out for 4th place. They're playing a game of musical chairs, and at the moment Dale Gent has the seat, but let's see what happens when the music starts again, which will probably be next time down at Clearways. Gent seems to favour a wide line at Clearways and Clark. Let's see if that proves to be the case again this time. Can Cooper capitalise? Once again, sure enough, Gent does take that wide line, but of course that allows him more pace out of the corner, a much cleaner run onto the Bradham straight. There's Simpson through shot, your race leader. And the 41 of Thompson was just lurking in the back of shot there as well. So Aaron Thompson, the 41, has actually been closing in a bit on Matt Simpson. 5.3 seconds is the gap. It was at 6 seconds. But I doubt there's going to be any change up at the front of the order. Simpson has this one firmly under control. Not so firmly under control, though, this battle for 4th place. Rhys Jones, Dale Gent. There's your 2nd place car. We've spoken about Aaron Thompson, but we haven't seen much of him so far. You see the SDT contract back machine, just trying to get the power down. This will be a good run for his championship as well. Aaron Thompson currently sitting 11th in the championship, but currently sitting in 2nd place. So that is going to do him some favours. Simpson goes past Simpson. Some lappery going on there. Jeff Simpson, I think, making it quite easy for Matt as he goes through on lap 16 of this race. Oh, Tompkins very, very, very sideways indeed. Paul Tompkins with a lot of oversteer. Closing in, however, on 11th place. So Matt Moore under pressure from the man who sits, or did sit, 3rd in the championship. Tompkins, the inside of Moore, side by side for 11th place. Tompkins, though, doesn't do it, doesn't carry the momentum. He seems really uneasy in these conditions, and now he's getting attacked again by Goldstraw, who's back on it. James Goldstraw, who looked like he was struggling earlier on, is now fighting with Tompkins once again. Nice driving from Tompkins to hold back Goldstraw. However, 12th and 13th positions, certainly not what Paul Tompkins would want to be fighting for. That number 12 is 3rd in the championship, and this is not a performance that's conducive to staying 3rd in the championship, especially since his closest rival, Matt Simpson, is your race leader. They should have been, if my maths is correct, tied on points coming into this one, and Matt Simpson will surge massively towards securing 3rd in the championship with a victory here. Here comes Simpson. He will begin his final lap this time by. The board has been displayed to Simpson. Thompson 5.5 seconds clear at the front of the pack. It's lap 18 of the race. And Simpson out of Druids. Just taking easy at this point. He hasn't been setting record pace since building that early gap. Off the circuit goes the 52, so Paul Tompkins was fighting this man, the number 52, James Goldstraw. Goldstraw ends up rally crossing, not quite sure how he ended up on the grass, but the grass is where he has ended up. Meanwhile, Matt Simpson through Clearways and Clark for the final time. Power down now. And Simpson, oh, the number 5 in a spin. Fisher, the wrong way round. But here comes Matt Simpson. He crosses the line and really puts a hand on 3rd in the championship with that win. 2nd place goes to Aaron Thompson in the 41. Championship leader and defending champion, the number 40 of Jones. The pink machine crosses the line now to take 3rd place. Rhys Jones will continue to build his lead in the championship with that result, outscoring Dale Gent critically, who takes 4th place. The 72 of Cooper in 5th place. Meanwhile, sideways sensation Moore. Oh, Tompkins. Oh, and Tompkins off onto the gravel trap. This has been a nightmare race for Paul Tompkins, who came into this weekend 3rd in the championship. Matt Simpson has taken 3rd in the championship with a race win, and Tompkins has faltered. He may have even dropped further than that behind the likes of Alan Cooper as well. If anything, I think Tompkins may have dropped down to 5th in the championship. Huge drama and huge disappointment for Paul Tompkins in that race, ending in the gravel, but at least getting to the checkered flag. Matt Simpson, though, in the number 30, having a great race at the front of the pack. Aaron Thompson, 5.7 seconds clear in 2nd place. Rhys Jones takes 3rd in the number 40, the championship leader. Dale Gent in 4th place, the 83. Alan Cooper, the 72, taking 5th place. Mark Willis, the 65, taking 6th position ahead of Dean Tompkins, the number 21. Ryan Hadfield in the 24, who I don't think we saw once, had a gentle run to 8th place. Jamie Liptrot in 9th place, the number 2. Michael Smith, the number 93, in 10th place. Matthew Moore in 11th, the 84. Paul Tompkins, 12th, in the number 12, losing 3rd in the championship and 4th in the championship potentially with that result. Chris Brockhurst, the 89, in 13th. James Goldstraw, the 52, in 14th position. 15th place was Bolton in the 68. 16th was Jeff Simpson in the number 3. Number 5 of Fisher, that was facing the wrong way on the final lap, did cross the line 17th, ahead of Tressler in the 37. Smith in the 25. 19th, Rich Ayling ending up in the pits at the end of the race, 20th position, and unfortunately a non-finisher for the 29 of Hutchins. So then we can now go down to the paddock, to the pit lane, where Ewan should be with some of our pickup drivers right now.
Cheers, Adam. And there's some very happy faces down here. I'm going to jump in first of all with Aaron Thompson. Big weekend for him. This is their last ever year driving, so they say. After 16 years of competing, he and his dad. I'm going to jump in and tap him on the back. Mate, I knew this day was going to be emotional for you. Talk us through it.
Oh, this time yesterday I wasn't coming, and then I don't know when I'm going to get to drive it again, and I got dedicated this win, this is a second win, but it feels like one, to my son Lenny, who's 5 weeks old, not very well. To my daughter, my wife, my dad, everyone. DLRD, excellent engines. Oh, thank you.
Now, your dad looked after the car quite well at Pembury, didn't he? But you've gone one better.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm very, very lost for words.
Now, you've told me 16 years racing, this might be your last one. I don't believe it for a second, but that is the plan right now.
You just don't know what's happened. Money, family, sort of. We try. I think we'll definitely have next year off, but then try and come back. But yeah, it's everything. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it feels like I won the world championship, let alone second place at Brands.
And 2 more races to come as well.
Yeah, wet. Come on, rain.
Mate, well done.
Thank
Brilliant.
you so much.
Cheers, buddy. Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. And on for a little while, I knew that was going to be massive for him, but I didn't expect that emotion. That's what racing driving does. Let's jump in with our 3rd place finish. We spoke before the race. You didn't need to win that. You did exactly what you needed to, finishing ahead of Dale.
Yeah, only just though. He was coming, definitely. Lucky enough he had to try and clear Mark, which I did at the beginning. It was hard to do. Mark was quick, but he wasn't quite quick enough. But trying to make the move when you're trying to be sensible is hard work.
that felt like a really professional race from you, though, doing exactly what you needed to.
Yeah, we was just aiming for a lap time every time, just try and stick to that. If it looks like the gap's good, then we'll carry on with that.
And that double title's getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's getting inch by inch.
Mate, well done.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Thanks a lot. We'll find, where has Matt... Oh, Matt's over there, he's turned around to our race winner. I think we've got time. I can see the minis coming to the grid. If I get the nod in the old ear, I'll jump away, but I'll jump on with Matt. Matt, come across. Your form in the second half of this year has been sensational.
Yeah, I mean, we've blown 5 engines up, you know. That puts it in the sort of context where we are. We've had an overheating issue, so after, you know, all season up until Lyddon, we do 4 laps and the oil temperature gets to like over 140 degrees and the engine just gets slower and slower and slower. So in the end we've found the issue, and obviously with all the hard work we did last winter in developing and doing what we did to try and get a really good package at last showing. So since we found the issue since Lyddon, we've won quite a few races, shall we say.
You seem to be a master of the wet.
I like all conditions, if I'm honest. I mean, when it used to rain back when I used to race National Hot Rod back in my roots, I used to pray for the rain. You know, the rain used to come down. I used to think, yes, here we go. We're going to win this one. We're going to win this one. But obviously, it's fairly new grounds in the truck in the rain. It's only really the 3rd time I've drove it in the rain. But I like the rain because it's all about feel what the truck's doing, where you know what you need and what you want from it as well.
Now, are we going to see you in pickups next year? Because can you bottle what you've done in the second half of the season and really give Reese a big fight next year?
110%.
Hey, excellent.
We'll be back. Yeah,
we can't wait.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
What a mate.
Cheers. See ya.
Thanks a lot. That is our first of 3 pickup truck races. They're always like that, by the way. I can see the minis on the track behind us. If we just spin round quickly, look up beyond the pickups. The minis are going out next. Just like every championship this weekend, they are fighting for the title. Tom Ovenden is going for it. He's only qualified in 6th place, but he is leading the championship. It is his to lose right now. Back to Adam.
30-point deficit Tom Ovenden has in the championship race at the moment, so this is going to be critical stuff for Ovenden. As you say, 6th on the grid. We'll run through the grid now. Maximus Hall will be your pole sitter in this race for Westbourne Motorsport. Alex Keynes alongside on the front row in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. Nicky Taylor is next alongside Alex Soley. Sam Gornall on row 3 alongside the aforementioned championship leader Tom Ovenden. Jack Byrne in the 486 starting from 7th place. Harry Hickton, the number 64, starting from 8th. Nathan Edwards, the number 21, starting on row 5 alongside Frankie Taylor of Graves Motorsport, the number 32. Moving on to row 6 of the grid, and it is punctuated by Luca Marinoni Osborne, the number 81, alongside James Black in the 53. Then it's Lee Pearce, the number 23, alongside Gabe Fairbrother in the 11. Ashley Gregory's 22 is alongside Cameron Richardson in the 15. Harvey Ribby in the 71, alongside Mick Fitzgerald, the number 7. Callum Eason, the 26, taking 19th on the grid ahead of Stephen Chandler's 35, starting from 20th on a 16-row grid. Row 11, Jamie Keats, the 33, alongside Clark Wells's 711. Paul Manning, the 46, on row 12 alongside Reese Lysett. Reese Hurd on row 13, starting alongside Katia Loggy. Row 14, Ben Taylor alongside Sophie Wright. Andy Wright is next on row 15. Louis Fleet rounding out the top 30. Just one more after that, and it's Joshua Wilby. So then, 31 are set to take the start for this race. Now, the overall championship is unlikely to be decided here. It all depends on things like countbacks, but this is the overall championship standings. Tom Ovenden leading the way, 627 points. Alex Soley, 597 points, 30 points back. And in fact, with that 30-point advantage, Tom Ovenden is someone we want to hear from. Thankfully, Ewan was with him earlier on. Let's go there now.
All right, then, we're about to go mini racing for the first time of 3 occasions this weekend. Our championship leader, Tom Ovenden, had a sensational start to the season. However, when you're the leader, the pressure's on, and Silverstone didn't go all your way, did it?
It didn't. It was a really tough weekend. For really no fault of our own or others, which is a bit unfortunate. It happens in racing, obviously, as we all know. Yeah, really tough weekend DNF in race 1 and having to come back through, but we still salvaged some okay points to have this buffer going into the last round. So.
And it is a 30-point buffer, but that's really only one race worth, isn't it? It's not a lot in terms of sort of championship titles.
No, definitely not. There's still a lot of points up for grabs, so we just got to make sure we keep our nose clean, have some really solid results, not think about the championship too much, just treat it like a normal race weekend and try and get on the podium and have some good results.
And you've had 3 wins, 12 podiums, qualifying this morning. I'm going to say only 6th. How were you sort of satisfied with that result?
Yeah, I think you said it about right there. And 6th wasn't, considering the session, we did about 2 or 3 flying laps with the red flags, and the conditions were awful. Yeah. So it could have been a lot worse, and you got to look at the positives, and it wasn't too bad. I'm still in the mix.
And finally, when you're the leader, you know that by 30 points or so. In race 1, are you going for it? You don't have to chase things. Are you keeping things safe and clean?
There's a nice middle ground. If you're too safe, you start under driving, making stupid mistakes and falling too far back. But also, I won't be going anything from too risky. Yeah. But there's a nice middle ground, so hopefully we'll just keep our nose clean and still trying to win the race.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mate, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Buddy. Thanks, Tom. Right, let's go mini racing. First of 3, over to your commentator, Adam Weller.
Well, there you go. That was earlier on, and to be honest with you, the weather hasn't changed that much since that interview earlier on. We've had spells where it looked like the sun was coming out and drying things up, but subsequent showers have brought us back firmly into the wet conditions for the first of our 3 Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy races. let's quickly cover some of the championship then, not just in terms of overall, where we know that Ovenden has a shot, maybe a very long shot at securing the championship in this race. In fact, I'm not sure it is quite possible. But the other two championships are very much up for grabs. You have the Cup championship, with Reese Hurd is in control of right now. He simply needs to finish to be the rookie champ. If he DNFs, then James Black needs to be second, or Harry Hickton needs to be first among the Cup competitors to keep the championship going into race 2. So Reese Hurd very much in a favourable position in the Cup class of the Mini Challenge Trophy. And then in the Directors class, Lee Pearce, if he finishes, Paul Manning needs to be P2. If Pearce DNFs, then Manning needs to be 10th or higher in order to keep the championship going. So Lee Pearce, very much a favourite for the Director Championship, and Reese Hurd looks like he could be the rookie champion in that subclass as well. So Reese Hurd on for a rookie championship, and the Director Championship could well go to Lee Pearce here. So then formation lap begins now. 15 minutes of racing. The two key drivers to watch in terms of the overall championship are Tom Ovenden and Alex Solly. Solly on 597 points after drop scores, 627 for Tom Ovenden. So there's a 30-point margin. It's 50 points for a win. So if Solly can find his way to the front, that would do him all manner of favours, particularly if Ovenden has a bad race. It's 44 points for second in this race, 40 points for third, 37 for fourth, 34 for fifth, and then it continues on down in twos for a while thereafter. You're not punished too much if you fall that far down the order. 20th and below will score you 15 points so long as you finish. There's also the matter of 6 bonus points for fastest lap. So 6 bonus points available for the fastest lap. Maximus Hall has already granted himself 6 points by taking pole position. Maximus Hall is currently 9th in the standings. He is one of the rookie class leaders as well. So then, Tom Ovenden looking to try and strengthen his grasp on the championship in this race. It'll be he and Alex Solly with the eyes on everyone's eyes on them in the overall championship hunt. Nicky Taylor, Jack Byrne, I think even Reese Hurd could all mathematically secure the championship. However, Ovenden and Solly feel like the two main protagonists. Let's see if that proves to be true. Maximus Hall is on the front row of the grid. Alex Keynes, the number 62, is in second place. Nicky Taylor, the 17, is in third place. Alex Solly from fourth on the grid. He will be wanting to move up through the order. You can see the cars are ready to go. We're just a few seconds away from the start of this race. Front-wheel drive cars, of course, all identical, all about 130 brake horsepower through a 6-speed gearbox. Who is going to launch it best? However, that board that's being displayed by the marshal says start delayed. Why is the start delayed? The only thing that's coming up on my timing screen is that Car 95 has no working transponder, but they would never stop a race starting for that reason alone. Apparently we have a car off track at Graham Hill Bend. I'm just hearing from some of our camera crew. So we'll wait to see if we can catch exactly what's happened there. Ah, there it is. So that's the number 95 car. And that's why I think it's come up with no working transponder, because it hasn't registered as coming through the first sector. But that's because, unfortunately, the car is no longer rolling. So the 95, that was due to start at the back, Joshua Wilby, didn't really set a competitive time in qualifying, and unfortunately it seems as though the car not playing ball in this weather this weekend. He's being towed back, and hopefully the start will soon be given clearance to happen. The trackside recovery team tow the cars away. The cars are now rolling on a second formation lap by the looks of it. There you see the cars rolling again. Maximus Hall leads them away once more. So a slight delay to this race. We're still scheduled to get a full 15 minutes. I don't think race control have said anything to go against that. Certainly we have not lacked for drama over the course of this day. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy, our 6th race of the day, their first of 3 this weekend. Of course, this year competing on the BTCC package. I think they had a particularly memorable run of it at Thruxton, the BTCC package, the Mini Challenge Virtue Motors Trophy, brought to you by Virtue, by Mintex, by Scorpion Red Power as well. These machines, very impressive bits of kit, fairly inexpensive race cars to prepare, but they are proper bits of machinery nonetheless. 130 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre normally aspirated engine, slight adjustability in the toe and the ride height, and of course the slight addition of the rear wing as well. However, in all actualities, a very inexpensive race car to build. As little as £12,500 to build a car for this category. So a lot of young guns taking the opportunity to start a saloon car season or a saloon car career in the Mini Challenge Virtue Motors Trophy. So then, we will now hopefully get this race underway. We're missing one, the number 95, but we've still got 30 cars ready to go racing here. The revs rise, and for the first time this weekend we are underway and racing, and it's a really good start from Maximus Hall. Maximus Hall got away incredibly well there. Maximus Hall then with the early lead in this race. Hall in the lead. Second place is Alex Keynes. In third place is Alex Solly. So Solly has moved up to third place off the line. Everybody else working their way through Druids Hairpin for the first time. 3 wide further back. Goodness gracious me. Lots of cars fighting as they go through this first lap of the race, but it seems as though just about everybody is cleanly through the first few corners. There you see some of the pack further back. The number 24 of Tom Ovenden in amongst it there. That's, I think, for about 7th position, that pack of cars. Across the line, though, to complete the first lap in the lead is Maximus Hall. In second place is Keynes. In third place, it's the number 17 of Nicky Taylor, who sits third in the championship and could do with a good score today. Oh, and off track has gone right in the Reeve Motorsport entry, or the Reeve Motorsport entry, I should say. Oh, look at this, a move up the inside there. 2, 3 wide going through Druids Bend. Everyone fighting here. I think this is outside of the top 10. You see there Ovenden at the head of that pack, actually, so I think that might well be for 7th place. Ovenden losing some positions in the early stages, but no such dramas. Oh, up the inside there goes the 53. So that's Black getting up into 10th place. A good move on there from James Black. Conditions worsening out there, the rain falling, the darkness coming over the circuit, and everybody running line astern. Just about everybody has a dance partner in the early stages of this race, and I'll tell you what, Taylor in 3rd place, looking very quick at the moment. He was the fastest lap through on that first lap of the race. All of this scrapping going on further back. On the outside there is the 23 of Pierce, the Lee Pierce Racing entry. A reminder, of course, that Lee Pierce just needs to finish in order to take the Director Championship. Paul Manning needs to finish 2nd or 1st to keep the championship alive if Pierce wins this one, or if he finishes this one even. Everyone else streaming across the line on the Brabham Straight. Maximus Hall leading the way by 0.3 of a second. I think Keynes is getting quicker in 2nd place. There they are now. There's your top 2, and I tell you what, I'm not sure that that lead is going to last long for Alex Keynes. Alex Keynes is right there on the back of Maximus Hall. Maximus Hall is going to have to defend up against the advances of our leader, just making their way past the back marker at the moment. Into Surtees they go. And Hall for Westbourne Motorsports, leading the way from Graves Motorsports, Alex Keynes. Maximus Hall is 9th place in the championship. Keynes is 11th in the championship, so both of them would really love to... Oh, Andy Wright for the 2nd time off the circuit. Andy Wright is not liking these wet conditions at all. It's the 2nd time we've seen that car off the circuit. Meanwhile, Keynes continues to scrap. The point I was going to make is that our top 2, Maximus Hall and Alex Keynes, have not finished on the podium at all this year. So our top 2 fighting for the win, and both of them in a position to maybe take their first podium of the season. Just 5 minutes of this race have elapsed so far. Maximus Hall there, slightly backing it in to Clearways and Clark. Keynes in the tow. I think he may have a move on here going into Paddock Hill Bend, because he's closing. Can he look to the inside or the outside into Paddock Hill Bend? He's going around the outside, trying to cut to the inside line for Druids. That's very nicely executed. Can he finish it off under braking into Druids? Yes, he can. Keynes gets through into the lead. Alex Keynes, your new leader of the race then. Maximus Hall demoted to 2nd place then. I must correct myself as well, because Max has claimed a couple of wins this year. He's just had a lot of misfortune elsewhere. 2 wins this season and 1 2nd place. So my apologies for that, but surprisingly far down the order for someone with 2 wins. That's because he's had quite a lot of misfortune as well this season. So Maximus Hall down to 2nd place, unfortunately. But what about Alex Keynes? He hasn't had a win, he hasn't had a 2nd, he hasn't even had a 3rd this year, but he is now leading the way. In 3rd place is Nicky Taylor in the 17. And it looks as though they are closing in now on the top 2. Nicky Taylor leading everybody else towards the leading pack. Ovenden, of course, is on the back of that in 7th place. Well, rather, actually, Ovenden's really on his own island in 7th place at the moment. Side by side between, I think that's a 22 and the 11. Yes, it is. So Fairbrother getting through there. Gabe Fairbrother, who managed to claim second place at the Silverstone National Circuit a couple of months ago. His first podium and only podium so far this year. I think coming in similar weather conditions to what we have here at the moment when he secured his podium. The wind really picking up here. That's going to cause maybe some problems into Paddock Hill Bend, because they are being pushed into that corner rather by the tailwind. There's the 71 car deep in the pack of Ribby. Meanwhile, Keens is your leader, and since he's gotten past Maximus Hall, he hasn't really gotten away from Maximus Hall. Hall, however, under pressure from Nicky Taylor. Taylor, who sits third in the championship, still with an outsider's chance at the championship. Oh, Katia Loggy. Katia Loggy for Accelerate Motorsports has had a off there. That looks to be down at Clearways and Clark. The top half doesn't go through, and you see the car stranded in the gravel trap there, but Keens leading the way. Yellow flags, guys. Less of that. They have to find their order before they go through those yellows. And the safety car has been put out. Safety car declared with 6.5 minutes of racing left to go. Safety car has been scrambled, but hasn't managed to pick up the leader. Now, I'm not sure for Alex Keens whether this is a blessing or a curse, because he leads the way. The race is now neutralised, but he now has time to think, time to stew, time to dwell on his situation. And if we go back to green flag conditions, then perhaps the magnitude may get the better of him, because again, Alex Keens has not finished on the podium at any point this year. He's in the rookie class as well, so he's fairly new to this game. And yet, without a single podium to his name, he's currently the leader. I reckon that with 5.5 minutes of the race left to go, with 5.5 minutes left to go, I reckon that we should get at least 1 or 2 more laps of racing after this safety car period. It's only the 1 car off circuit as far as I can see. There is the number 15 car, Cameron Richardson, rocking similar colours to some of the British touring cars, and also some chap called Paul, who we'll see in the trucks later on. Paul Rivette, of course, who unfortunately didn't actually get to take the start properly, ultimately, after the first lap collision in the British Truck Racing Championship. But great to see that 15 out there in the hands of Richardson. Currently sitting 16th in the 15. Maybe another position can be gained to make it 15 and 15th. So Keens leading the way, Maximus Hall in second place, and again I apologise to Maximus Hall because I erroneously said he didn't claim a win. He has indeed won a race this year. In fact, he's won 2. I think I was even there for one of them. But Maximus Hall hoping to maybe move his way up. There you see the 2 Napa back cars going through shot. Great grid in terms of colour schemes as well. Not everybody's gone for the red, black and white colour palette that dominates motorsport. We've got some colours going on there. And Sophie Wright's number 3 car, for instance, with the purple highlights, quite easy to pick out of the lineup. So again, a reminder, Reese Hurd simply needs to finish to be the rookie championship. So Reese Hurd, who currently sits way down the order in 22nd, the 59 car from Chandler Motorsport. Reese Hurd, as long as he finishes, currently set to be the champion in the Rookie Championship. The 59 car set to be a championship winner here then. Meanwhile, again, Lee Pearce, if he finishes, Paul Manning needs to be P2 in the director class to continue the championship battle. And at the moment, actually, Manning is just about doing enough because he's second in the director class right now. So Paul Manning needs to be P2 to extend that championship fight with Lee Pearce into tomorrow. And at the moment, he's just, an emphasis on just, doing enough. But that said, Lee Pearce in the number 23 appears to have gone missing. So Lee Pearce, I think, may have been the other party actually involved with Katia Logi. This is actually quite important. So I saw Katia Logi off the circuit. What I didn't spot was that Lee Pearce is also there, and the red flag has just come out. So I think it may have been a two-car collision. Logi and Pearce both went missing on lap 6 of the race, and now the red flag has been declared. So Lee Pearce, the director championship leader, may have had an issue. The session, with 2 minutes left to go, will not be restarted. So red flag and race over. Race will be declared there. Keynes in the 62 will be your race winner for the first time this season. Alex Keynes, who has not had a podium this year, is going to celebrate a win. I'm looking forward to that interview with Ewan. Something tells me that Alex Keynes is going to be a little bit excited about this. He will be a race winner in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy. Maximus Hall takes second. Third place goes to Nicky Taylor, as we see the results in full now. Alex Solly in fourth place. Sam Gornall taking fifth. Jack Byrne in the 486 taking sixth position. Tom Ovenden for Accelerate Motorsport, seventh place. He's doing more than enough to maintain his championship lead, only losing a few points to Alex Solly. Harry Hickton, the 64, taking eighth. The 53 of James Black taking ninth overall, and Frankie Taylor rounding out the top 10. He was the second of the guests after Jack Byrne. Moving on to 11th place, Gabe Fairbrother in 11th, Nathan Edwards, the 21, in 12th place, Ashley Gregory, the 22, in 13th, and Luca Marinoni Osborne in 14th position. Moving into the remainder of the field, it was the 33 of Keats in 15th, Richardson in the 15 in 16th, Chandler Motorsports number 35 in 17th, Eason in the 26 in 18th, Ribby in the 71 in 19th, Lycett rounding out the top 20 in the 117. And just behind in 21st place, the 711 of Wells winning the director class. Manning, four-man Power Motorsport, I believe, will have done enough to extend that directors championship battle into Sunday. Nicky Taylor, Lee Pearce, unfortunately not finishing. Paul Manning, meanwhile, finishing P2. This will continue on, the director, into tomorrow. The Directors' Championship will continue into Sunday. So then, we will soon hear from some of our winners. I think the most excited interview will come from our winner for the first time on the podium this year, and he's only gone and put it on the top step. Alex Keynes in the number 62. Your race winner will be down there with Ewan.
Cheers, Adam. More great racing from our minis. We've got to be really quick because the trucks are coming out really soon. But I'm going to grab our winner. Alex, come on in. First ever podium. What a way to do it, number one.
Yeah,
I'm a bit lost for words really. Just the qualifying this morning was just so good. Like P2, we managed to capitalise on the red flags and like get the laps in quickly, and then I mean the race today was just yeah. I was chasing down Hall for P1 and he went defensive into turn 1. I just got the switch back on him and then just defended from there on. I mean the wet conditions suited us really well today, so yeah, brilliant race.
But qualifying's one thing, but to do that in a race, you look like a seasoned pro there in the Mini. Incredible performance. Can you sort of capture that and bring it back for 2 more races?
Well, we'll see what we can do tomorrow, but that's the plan at the moment. If it stays wet, then brilliant. Then if it dries up, then we'll see what we can do. But yeah, just I'm really confident in the wet, and yeah, really good race. Thank you.
Right, well done, congrats.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much.
buddy, thanks a lot. Great stuff from Alex. First ever podium, and it was a win. Let's get Nicky. Come on round. We know Nicky very well. Nicky's a regular here. Another great performance, mate. Well done.
Yeah, cheers. It's been a while since I've been on the podium, to be fair, but yeah, just kind of struggled for speed. It just seems to understeer a lot, but yeah, we're getting there. Obviously a new car from yesterday, because yesterday.
Talk to us about yesterday.
Yeah, it's going really well throughout the whole day. We were like fastest all day, and then in the last session, Cameron Richardson lost the rear. Jack Byrne went one way, and I went the same way to try and avoid him, and just literally went in and smashed up and broke off my car. But yeah, it's good. We've been trying to get the car to work. I mean, I've done 2 laps in quali because we had a problem with like a leak. So yeah, it's been all right. But yeah, it's just finishing ahead of hopefully.
You say not many podiums, but it's been a consistent season. You're 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, although we haven't had as many podiums as say Tom and Alex, we've been top 7 all year, barring 1 race. So it's been a really consistent year. Just need to start getting the wins now to actually hopefully eke a gap, and we're still in this. But yes, it's a tough one. But we've got 2 races tomorrow.
2 chances tomorrow. Any changes to the car? Because again, it's still new to you.
No, I think we'll keep it mainly the same because it's looking to be dry tomorrow. But yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes.
Right, well done.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. And if we can just jump in with Max Hall. Where's Max gone? Oh, we might have moved too far away. So we're moving on to the trucks racing. Oh, here he is. You're in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Mate, well done.
Yeah, thanks, Ewan, yeah.
Because you had 2 wins earlier in the season. It feels like it's been a long time since you're on the podium.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen you, mate, yeah.
So what was the difference today? Do you just enjoy the wet? Is it Brands Hatch? What was it?
To be honest, we've had a load of car issues this year. Just finally got them sorted for this one. Now we're back on pace.
Yeah. I spoke to your dad earlier. I said it's a bit frustrating with the problems you've had, but I know it's late in the season, 2 races to go tomorrow, but looking for another win, make it a 3 for the year?
Yeah, I could put on a show for tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Mate, good luck, well done.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, buddy, thanks, Max. Always love speaking to the young guys on the grid stand here. They are so fantastic. So we are going truck racing next. Fingers crossed we can get past corner number 2 in race 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship. It is always treacherous, but Brands Hatch in the wet, 5 tonnes going 100 miles an hour, who knows. Recovery truck out there right now picking up some things off the track, but we will go truck racing very, very shortly. Penultimate race of the day. Adam Weller will talk us through the grid and through the race when we get there.
Ever ambitious, Ewan. Turn 2 in a truck. We'll see if we get that far. Well, as you can see, they're still down in the paddock at the moment. And earlier on, down in the paddock, we had a man on the ground asking all of the important questions. With no further ado, here's Pointy.
Right. So, right then, down here now in Stuart Oliver's tent. Now, of course, we saw an incident happen in that first lap of the first race, and it didn't look great. We're not really sure what happened at the time. I had a replay on my phone. It didn't look like there was too much going on, but you can see we are now deep in the rear right corner of his truck, the Volvo Bullnose, of course running the D26. It looks like there's some serious movement on that on that axle. It's one half of it is facing a direction that the other side is not, and considering the back of the truck is meant to essentially just be straight, it doesn't look too good. We've got Stuart Oliver here. If we give those guys some room to work, John, and we'll have a quick chat with Stuart. Stuart, try and recall, if you can, what on earth happened that of course sent you and Division 2 driver randomly, we'll get to qualifying in a minute, Paul Rivette, spinning off.
I haven't seen any footage yet. It's all just a blur. I actually thought I was at a fun fair, not at a truck race, because I was just going round and round, you know. But I don't know. Yeah, so I had a good start. Got round 1 or 2 on coming around Paddock Hill, going up to Druids. Fine. I did see Dave Jenkins went off. Well, he was maybe hit, but he did go off. I thought, oh, we're going good. Then he just came back in front of us, and everything just went from there. It just sort of everybody was just hitting everybody, but I was in the middle. But I couldn't do anything other than go round in circles.
Of course, as spectators, we were all watching first corner, as you would, you know, nothing happened, everybody sailed through clean as anything, and then further in front of you, there were 3 trucks abreast going down that hill. We're thinking, oh, this could get exciting, and then we blink, and behind them all is you and Paul Rivette doing a pirouette, and it's like, what on earth just happened? I mean, we saw the replay, we can't see anything major, like, whoa, that was definitely what, it's like, what on earth happened? And then we think, oh God, what a shame. Paul Rivette, Stuart Oliver, second place in both their championships, taken out in the first race. And then Ricky Collett off, red flag. At the moment, we've not heard anything from race control to say there's even any points getting awarded for that race, which will, of course, do you a bit of a favour as well.
Well, it will, but the boys, we've got a lot of work to do to get it out again. You know what I mean? It's, I think it's we're having a look and we'll assess it, but I think it's going to be a struggle to get it out. To be fair, you know, the axles like a banana.
I can see that. Yeah, it's not the right shape at all, is it? So, do you think that happened in some kind of impact, or what?
I believe. Well, Adam was behind us, and I know I saw Paul Rivette at one stage hit us one way, and then as I was spinning, Adam hit us another. But it's not Adam's fault; he would have nowhere to go. But there was a massive hit. So it's which would be Adam. He said he's got a lot of front end damage. So, but it is what it is. We'll see what we can do and get it put together, hopefully, and get out again.
Indeed. Well, we'll leave you guys to it. Stuart, I'm terribly sorry for that terrible start to the weekend. Let's try. So here we are down in the paddock with Steve Powell, and Steve, we're just looking at the front of your lovely truck. Still in a relatively good condition, unlike some trucks in the paddock. Tell us, we've got some very nice grills on yours and teammate Neil Yates' trucks. Thank you to the team and sponsors, and of course some great sponsors on the front of the truck as well. Tell us a little bit about why you've had this done, because I've not really seen it before.
Well, it's never been done before, and we've had to change the grill because we was overheating the intercooler. We've decided that like the last couple of meetings, so we thought we'd get a new grill, and it's very hard to thank everyone in one go. And it's impossible basically, so I thought, you know what, we're going to use this space, we'll get it done, and had this idea and it's actually worked, it's come out really, really well, and it's just to say thank you to everyone that's supported us this year, for the last 16 years, and puts it in a nutshell really. And then I was hoping the lad who does the interviews comes over and asks me a few questions about it so we get it on telly.
Oh, we'll have to try and find him later on.
You can let him know, he's alright I think, So and we've got some new sponsors coming aboard for next year, but this is a sponsor, thank you just to everyone in general, because you can't list them all. I mean, my mum, my wife, my kids, everyone.
There's a lot of people.
So many people, and I don't want to drop names and that on an interview, but it's just put it on there, and I think it stands out quite well, and it's just a good point, mate. So.
And more importantly, back to the technical side of things, it obviously allows a lot more air into the air intake, intercooler, air filter, everything benefits.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we only literally found this out when we was at Pembury last event, so we thought we'd do that. Take advantage of it, and that creates more sponsorship space for next season anyway. We've got Stefan on us with this weekend, who's given us a wealth of knowledge, unbelievable.
He's been around it a little while, that hasn't.
I've known him for years anyway, but silly little things like I used to leave my hand on the gear set, I've been told off for that, but I listen to him, and it's really good, the whole team, and everyone's benefiting from it, and he's just such a nice lad, and I appreciate the time that he's given us this weekend and for the boys, because we struggle in Division 1. We have no setup, we have nothing, so to get a little bit of help from there, because my boys are good. And,
they are hard workers.
They are very hard workers, but sometimes I can't give them what they need, and vice versa, it's very difficult, so yeah, it's going really, really well, and like, obviously we've had a few red flags today, and we got up to 5th, but let's see what happens in this race. So.
We need to get in the tracks roll. There we go. So that's all we've got time for down here in the paddock. Hopefully we'll get a full race. It's been raining, we've got sunshine. It looks like it's going to be another exciting afternoon.
Not hoping they'll get a full race, but let's try.
Let's try. Right, you heard it here first. Let's try, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we've got time for down here in the paddock. So they're all getting out. I will try and find you another driver, but I'm not promising anything.
Well, I'm glad that Pointy didn't promise anything, because unfortunately all the drivers were very, very, very busy after that difficult race that we had earlier on. The British Truck Racing Championship is up next, though, for this second race of the day. Let's go to the grids then for this British Truck Racing Championship. Technically race 2, however race 1 effectively declared annulled with not enough laps completed. Tom O'Rourke then gets another opportunity to start from pole position, this time alongside John Bowler in the number 14. It's Michael Oliver in the 12 next on row 2 alongside David Jenkins in the 69, looking to get some good points on the board. Ryan Smith on row 3 of the grid, the championship leader, the 7-time in a row champion, starts from row 3 alongside Richard Collett. Craig Reed and Simon Reed share row 4. Jock Borthwick on the 5th row alongside Stephen Powell. Moving on to row 6 of the grid, and it is Bradley Smith, the 46, due to start alongside Stuart Oliver. However, based on what we saw there earlier on, I'm not sure if Stuart will be there. Hopefully Stuart Oliver in the 7 will take the start. Neil Yates in the 33 and Simon Faulkner in the 92, rounding out the 7 rows of Division 1 machinery. We then move on to the Division 2 order, where Paul Rivette is set to be our Division 2 pole sitter. However, he was also towed away after damage earlier on. Adam Bint is alongside in the number 5. Craig Evans next in the number 10. Then it's John Powell in the 6. The final row, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett in the 41 and the 28 respectively. The Pace truck is leading the field through, and what we can do now is take a look at who is there and who is not. My eyes are peeled to the top of Paddock Hill Bend. I am looking for Stuart Oliver's number 7 machine. Stuart Oliver, who sits second in the championship in his Volvo VNL, 10-time champion, the closest rival to the defending champ Ryan Smith in the title hunt. I'm looking for a number 7. The Reeds just coming through our shot here. I don't know if I see that number 7. Don't think he's there, unfortunately. If we see Paul Rivette exit through, that's our pole sitter in Division 2. I don't think, unfortunately, the number 7 has been able to join us for this race. No, there is no number 7. There is no Stuart Oliver. There is, however, a number 22 just going through shot, so Paul Rivette is there. The Division 2 pole sitter, who was also towed away earlier on, is there. Adam Bint is also there. He had significant front end damage. But Rivette and Bint on the front row of Division 2, they will have an interesting scrap. Again, just 1 point between them in the championship hunt. However, unfortunately, when it comes to the overall title, Stuart Oliver looks like he's not going to get this one started. There goes the 22 through shot. Lots of damage earlier on for the former Clio Cup champion Paul Rivette in the collision between himself and Stuart Oliver. Adam Bint also involved in that. Both the Division 2 front runners caught up in that collision, and both of them walking wounded, but both of them on the grid. We also have these wonderful onboard shots, one of which is the one we see here, riding shotgun with John Powell. I believe we also have one with Craig Reed in the 68. Okay, well, there is the 68 of Craig Reed. He will be right behind the number 1 off the start, Ryan Smith, who comes into this race again, since we understand that last race has been voided from history. The points from before still stand, so 391 points for Ryan Smith, 359 for Stuart Oliver, who unfortunately doesn't look like he's taking the start. David Jenkins third on 354, Bradley Smith on 295 in fourth, and Stephen Powell rounding out your Division 1 top 5. The Division 2, Adam Bint on 412 points, Paul Rivette on 411, John Powell 387, and Craig Evans on 358, rounding out your top 4 in Division 2. That earlier race was carnage personified, was it not? With almost 2 full laps of racing happening between instant and accident aplenty. They'll be hoping for a rather cleaner run of it, I suspect. However, it's never easy. It's never easy to stay clear of contact with such huge machines. There's no such thing as a wide circuit in a racing truck. They're so massive. They're just so massive that trying to find space is very, very tricky indeed. I'm just looking at some of the bulletins for this event just to see how our schedule will be affected by the earlier issues. Obviously, we didn't get a race earlier on. The question is, will they try and fit another race in? We'll have to see whether or not they try and do that. There have been some amendments to the programme, but no suggestion that we are going to try and fit 2 truck races into the rest of this day, at least on the bulletin board that I can see from the BARC website. However, suddenly the ground underneath me is shaking, and that's because the British Truck Racing Championship sets off once again on its formation lap. So again, to reiterate your grid for this race, Tom O'Rourke starting from pole position, the driver who hasn't had so much as a second place this year. He'd love to try and turn this pole position into a win. He took a 3rd place earlier in the year at Donington Park. John Bowler in the 14 has just 1 victory to his name. That came at Thruxton. I would imagine that we're going to see quite the scrap between those two. Tom O'Rourke is good in the wet conditions. I don't expect him to give up anything up against John Bowler, who'll be looking for his 2nd win of the year. You've got Michael Oliver there as well, who also has a victory to his name this season. And then, of course, you've got David Jenkins, who will, in theory, so long as he gets a decent finish, take over 2nd in the championship from Stuart Oliver. So then the safety truck will soon disappear from our line of sight, and it will then be nothing but racing machinery. Heavy metal racing incoming from the British Truck Racing Championship. Race 2, let's hope it is a race this time for the British Truck Racing Championship. They're in 2x2 formation. It's Tom O'Rourke for the 2nd time today, who starts from pole position. John Bowler on the front row alongside Michael Oliver and David Jenkins on row 2 of the grid. The ground shakes and we go racing. It is a good start by the looks of it from the outside of the front row. John Bowler into an early lead. Bowler leading the way around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Can Tom O'Rourke try and find his way up the inside into turn 2? I don't think so. Oh, he has a look. Defending also from the likes of the 95, which goes very, very wide indeed. Richard Collett, who ended up in the gravel earlier on today, almost does it for a 2nd time there at Druids Bend. Meanwhile, moving up through the order, Ryan Smith as well, the number 1, well up there. We ride on board with Craig Reed in the 68 briefly. Oh, and side by side among the Division 2 leaders. Side by side between the two parties, separated by just 1 point to the Division 2 championship. You've got, Bint going straight on. A hip check between Bint and Rivette, and Adam Bint goes straight on across the grass at Surtees. Paul Rivette was side by side with Bint. You see him here on the number 6 cam. He's got some bodywork loose on the rear of the truck, but Paul Rivette leading Division 2. But in what kind of circumstances? Because there was definitely a moment there between himself and this man, Adam Bint, whose truck looks decidedly second-hand. The lead's changed. Tom O'Rourke is back through into the overall lead. John Bowler going wide there in second place. He's got Jenkins behind him in third. Then there's a gap back to fourth, where Ryan Smith currently resides. Meanwhile, getting rather bullied out of the way there, the number 3 of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed, shutting the door on him. Still Adam Bint hasn't been able to move. Local Yellow's covering this right now, but I'm not sure Adam Bint is getting that truck underway again. Still just Local Yellows right now, but everyone having to take evasive action as Adam Bint tries in vain to get that truck started again. Don't like that sideways action there from Powell. As spectacular as it was also more than a little bit scary. Changes further back in the pack, or rather further forward in the pack, I should say, because Smith there in a good scrap with Jenkins and Bowler by the looks of it. Smith is already challenging for second place. You see him there watching the second and third place battle unfold. Picks his line nicely down the hill, and he's up to second place as they get to Druids. Oh, but is he too late on the brakes? No, not quite. Ryan Smith gets himself up to second in his Daimler Freightliner. Up into second place goes Ryan Smith, the number 1. How long before he's on the back of O'Rourke? I don't think it's going to be long. Red flags. Red flags out on the circuit. I was wondering how long it was going to be. Adam Bint still stranded at Surtees. That was never going to last at Surtees and into McLaren. Now, finally, Bint gets it started. I don't want to say anything in a conspiratory way, but that was weird that he suddenly gets it underway. It's interesting that truck is now moving. Adam Bint finally gets it started. I struggle with clutch control myself, so I don't want to entirely say that that was intentional, but Adam Bint parked there for a couple of laps and now is rolling. Let's get a look then at the first lap of the race, and goodness me, there was some rally crossing there from Michael Oliver. And there's Adam Bint going off in the background after, I think, a little bit of a hip check between himself and Paul Rivette. And from there, Adam Bint would go not very much further at all. He'd slowly make his way towards the apex of McLaren, and it looked as though he was stranded, but now the number 5 is moving again. Well, this has been one of the more compelling days of British Truck Racing Championship action, albeit mostly for reasons of head scratching rather than quality racing, because we had effectively no race earlier on today and now we're back under red flags, and once again the discussions are ongoing as to what order the grid's going to be, who's going to be where. That's why no one has pulled up anywhere with any great surety. So let's see who is where. Tom O'Rourke certainly thinks he's on pole position. Look, he's parked there and says, yeah, absolutely. Did you see qualifying? I earned this. O'Rourke, who's only 11th place in the standings, I remind you. Ryan Smith was on his way, though, wasn't he, before that red flag? He was making his way through the pack. We now get a look at a replay Slightly askew. There it is. We're now facing the right way. A replay then with Powell. Now, what are we looking at here? This is Rivette on the inside. Bint getting squeezed there. So there was already contact at Graham Hill Bend, which explains why Rivette's fenders were already all bent out of sorts. And then watch as they head towards the next bend. As they head towards Surtees, was there more contact between Bint and Rivette? It certainly looked like it at the time. It certainly does. Yeah, there was a bit of a hip check there between the two of them. Rivette and Bint with a slight collision. Bint went off onto the grass and then ended up pulled up there at McLaren just after Surtees Bend, where he would then remain for a couple of laps. And now the red flags are out. I think it was presumed that Bint wasn't able to get started again. He did then get started after the red flags were out, and we'll now see quite what order and in what form this race will restart. One has to assume they will try and get this race restarted. I think we're expecting sunset around 25 past 4. It's currently 22 minutes past 3 local time, so we've got an hour of quote-unquote light. We've also got the Legends race after this to consider as well. But it has been a difficult day, hasn't it, in the British Truck Racing Championship. The Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, always an electric venue for these big rigs. However, we see them now just waiting to see what order they come out on. So then the 15-minute race is currently what we are expecting. That could get cut. You may remember that 15 turned into 10 earlier on in the day when they tried to restart the race after the initial red flag. So that could also be a factor. We could have a reduced length race. We did get about 3 minutes in before the red flags flew, so they might reduce the race distance. But the real question here at the moment is, what order will the grid be in? You can see as well that while the sun is trying its best, fighting up against the clouds, it is still very slippery out there. The conditions are suboptimal. However, I understand that Pointy isn't currently covered by a roof. He does, however, have a mic. Let's go down to Pointy.
So we are up here after a bit of a cheeky red flag, possibly an early decision made there, but that's just my humble opinion. But of course I'm up here on the top deck, we'll call it, just outside the commentator's post actually. We've another commentator, Chaz Draycott. Now Chaz, we've worked together before, we've also done this before as well, haven't we? You're over from the European. Do you get as many red flags over there with the FIA?
Ooh, that could get me in trouble if I answer that honestly. Not as many, but at the same time, you know, the racing's very different. It's very, very all out here is the best way I'd describe it. You know, the racing in the British Truck Racing Championship is phenomenal. You know, everybody just goes hammer and tongs everywhere, and that's how truck racing should be. You know, these things can lean on each other, they can make contact. It's great fun to watch.
It is. Unfortunately, though, the track conditions we've had so far this weekend don't lead themselves to that kind of racing, does it?
No, absolutely not. You know, there's a lot of championships here this weekend that will sort of struggle with that sort of greasy condition as well. You know, a lot of rear-wheel drive machinery, some of the heaviest machines in racing, some of the lightest machines in racing. I'm here with Legends this weekend. They weigh about as much as my little finger, you know, and they're just gliding along the surface. But yeah,
they're just getting our way, really. I mean, you know, why do you even need Legends when you've got trucks? So yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of things, you know, to compare with regards to the European and the British. Obviously, a lot of our guys down there have in fact raced in the European. for many years. So I mean, Stuart Oliver actually won a European Championship. Of course, it's not got much luck this weekend though, has he? Did you manage to see that little incident we had with Stuart Oliver earlier on?
You say little incident, yeah, I saw it. I definitely saw it. It was just this massive clatter, and then all of a sudden Paul Rivette did about 9 different spins down the hill. But yeah, it was wrong place, wrong time. But that's the thing in truck racing. There's not much room on the circuit, especially here at Brands Hatch. It's very narrow, and it's really easy to get it wrong. And like you say, especially in these conditions as well.
I mean, it is a shame. A lot of the spectators at home that don't quite understand the true workings of the bureaucracy, for example, behind any racing, that is. There are a lot of very difficult decisions to make, and of course you have to make those decisions very quickly. So all of our marshals and all of our officials from BARC, it really is a snap decision. And yes, it can look like you might have jumped too early, but then you also don't want to get accused of leaving a very dangerous situation unchecked, do you?
No, absolutely not. You've got to give stuff time to at least work, but in an environment that can evolve as quickly as motorsport does, you have to be right on. You have to have a finger on the buzzer straight away. But even as a racing driver, you have to make those split-second decisions as well. And whether it be ducking left or right to try and avoid an incident, as a driver, you'll think, oh look, someone's running wide or going slow, freebie, let's go for it. So you have to
just come in front, Mark. It's fine. Just do it. It's fine. Look, we've got a circuit commentator, Mark Wirral there, ladies and gentlemen. Top bloke. Didn't want to. He's been media trained. He says, I'm not going to walk in front of the camera.
He's a professional, unlike us.
Unlike us. I'd just be like, just get involved, mate. Just come and say hi. It's fine. Well, we'll look down onto the grid now. We have got rain coming in yet again. But we are starting to re-grid them. Now, I'm not quite sure if we had some issues, physical issues, of course, with possibly Steve Powell further back. I saw some people looking at his truck for a moment there. But it has taken quite some time to get these trucks lined back up into grid positions. We can see there's a few guys from certain teams waiting at the gate there on the pit lane. Do we think that there's time to be messing around with the trucks at the moment?
I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I think they'd want to try and get the race going as soon as possible once they've got everybody lined back up again. Sure, there might be a bit of bodywork here and there that might need just ripping off the truck, but that only takes a matter of seconds. But in terms of actual other work that could be setup related, I don't think there could be anything they could do on the grid right now.
I don't think there's anything they're allowed to do on the grid with regards to setup. However, I do see our friend Arnie there on the front of Ryan Smith's truck, manhandling the window wiper blade. I think he might have a slight issue with that, and of course with the conditions rapidly changing here at Brands Hatch, almost by the hour I would say, I think we're probably going to be in for another interesting display, is the only thing I can possibly call it. We've about 12 minutes left on the clock. Will we get the full amount of racing that we want to see?
I doubt it, being completely honest with you. Not into sort of put a negative spin on it at all, but being realistic, I think we might not get the full thing. But one thing you've got to also consider is that when they go down this back straight now, they've got the sun in their eyes as well. It's getting mighty low here at this time of year, and at Brands Hatch, it looks wonderful. It looks absolutely beautiful from where we are. We get this fantastic view up here, but that is going to be a big factor for the drivers, especially because they're so high up in the machines as well. Indeed,
yeah. Well, it sounds like we are starting to get ourselves back underway, so we're going to throw it back to the circuit cameras now. But thanks for joining me, Chaz Draycott. You can of course watch him on the FIA channel for the European truck racing, and I'm hoping to catch up with you very soon as well myself. So that's all from us here up on the commentators post. Oh, rainbow.
Well, about 5 seconds after we cut to Pointy, we had a change of race duration. We went to 10 minutes. That has been officially declared by the stewards now that we were going to have a 10-minute race. And looking at the way the grid is forming there, I think they're doing a count back a lap. I think they have factored in that previous leg of the race into how the grid is forming. There is Adam Bint in the number 5, who of course was the reason the red flag was scrambled. Looks like that truck is ready to go, so I think we are going to see a little bit more from Adam Bint. 412 points for him, 411 for Paul Rivette, so he desperately wants to get points on the board in his Volvo Aerodyne. He's a former Division 2 champion, of course, going back to 2016, and currently leads by a point, having taken 5 wins It's quite incredible. He's had 5 wins. Paul Rivette has had 17 wins, but Bint has been a lot more consistent than Rivette across the season. So then, we are rolling now and about to go racing once again for what is planned to be a 10-minute race. Imagine they will have just the one formation lap and then get rolling. So then the slightly changed order here. John Bowler in the 14, set to start from the inside of the front row. So John Bowler will be our effective pole sitter for this one. O'Rourke is due to start on the outside of the front row. As you can see there, the driver that officially started pole position will start from second here. Then it is the 69 of David Jenkins. Then it is the other Oliver. Again, sadly no Stewart, but Michael Oliver, son of Stewart, is there in his MAN TGS. On the third row is the all-important number 1, looking for an 8th consecutive British Truck Racing Championship title, the Daimler Freightliner of Ryan Smith. You see there at the back of the field the 28 machine, that is the Seddon Atkinson of Jim Bennett. You don't see many of them around anymore, the Seddon Atkinsons, and no podiums yet in Division 2 this year for Jim Bennett, but that could change in a weekend as dramatic as this one. Paul Rivette, of course, will begin from pole in Division 2. His closest title rival, Adam Bint, will start from the pits. So for the second time, we are going to attempt to go racing in race 2 of the Saturday here at Brands Hatch, the British Truck Racing Championship finale. We're going to try it again. 10 minutes left on the clock after the earlier red flag, and it will be with an early lead, the number 14 of John Bowler. John Bowler with the inside line into the first corner. They're underway. We are racing once again, and look at that start from Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver launching himself into third in the early going, but it's Bowler that leads the way. John Bowler in his MAN TGX leading the way. Then it's O'Rourke. Then in third place it is just about Oliver, but look at Jenkins on the inside there in the 69. Later on the brakes into Druids. I think that David Jenkins has done enough to potentially reclaim third place. There's Rivette in the pack as well, of course, the Division 2 leader. Everyone scything their way through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. It looks as though everyone's gotten away cleanly, and critically Adam Bint has joined from the pit lane. He is running at the back of the pack. Oh, Tom O'Rourke there, way too deep into Surtees. Smith there looking to the inside of Jenkins, or rather I should say to the inside, sorry, of Oliver. So Michael Oliver maybe having some pressure here from the number 1. Look at Ryan Smith just sliding 1,000 brake horsepower onto the Brabham straight. He's got the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Is it a move for 4th place? No, not quite. Oliver remains in 4th position, but keep an eye on Smith. We know he's good up the hill towards Druids Bend. Oh, but straight on goes our leader. Into the gravel goes Bowler. Can he keep it going? Come on, throttle, throttle, throttle. Oh, just about keeps it going. Good stuff from John Bowler to keep it going, but he falls down the pack. Tom O'Rourke is once again your race leader. The lottery keeps falling in his favour today. He is back to the lead of the race in 2nd place. Then behind him is Jenkins in the 69. Up to 4th place as a result of that straight line moment, of course, is Smith. You saw the 95 rally crossing there as well, the 95 machine from the 1995 world champion. 1995 British champion, I should say. Richard Collett, of course, a 2-time champion in the 90s. Richard Collett in the MAN TGX. He was the cause of our 2nd and final red flag earlier on. He'd like to get a solid top 5 finish in this race. Currently sitting in 5th position. Up into 3rd place has gone Smith then. as they come out of Paddock Hill Bend. It is once again Ryan Smith at the sharp end of that pack. He's now got to try and close in on the second and first place competitors. Oh, a bit sideways there, further back in the field. I think that was Faulkner in the 92 doing some drifting. Paul Rivette leading the way in Division 2. Oh, collision! Collett looped around there by the 89 machine. Onto the grass goes the 95. Simon Reed sending Richard Collett into a spin. Simon Reed in the Iveco Stralis. Maybe with a little bit to answer for there. That was quite the collision between the two. Hopefully Collett can get the thing started again. It's stranded on the grass right now. Rear wheel drive, of course. And it might be quite difficult to get that thing rolling from here. He's trying his best. He's reversing. He's the world's best backwards driver. And he might just be able to get back into this race. Oh, and another one having issues, the number 33 of Yates as well. That's Neil Yates, who moved up to Division 1 mid-season and seems to be struggling at the moment. The good news from Graham Hill Bend is that Collett is rolling. No need for a delay to the race. 5 minutes and 55 seconds of this one left to run. The battle for 7th place is Powell at the moment. Here's some of the Division 2 scrapping further back in the fields. Bennett falling back behind Cole in the 41. Side by side, meanwhile, for 2nd place, because look who's gotten up into 2nd, or has he? It's side by side, Ryan Smith on the inside, and then Jenkins on the outside. Jenkins cuts across the nose. David Jenkins in 2nd place. However, the inside is now open for Ryan Smith, who dives to the inside line at Paddock Hill Bend. Smith through into 2nd place. Can Jenkins retaliate up the hill? Oh, he tried to get to the inside, but Ryan Smith covered that off expertly. Ryan Smith hunting a 7th, or rather an 8th consecutive British Truck Racing Championship. And he's now up to 2nd place. There is Adam Bint, currently running 3rd in Division 2. Adam Bint certainly having a tumultuous day, but for now gaining on 2nd place in Div 2. Meanwhile, the battle for 4th place, it's the Reed family closing in on Michael Oliver. There is Paul Rivette currently leading in Division 2. He's got Bowler behind him in the 14. Bowler, who of course was leading the way before going into the gravel trap at Druids, but he's got a comfortable advantage over his fellow Division 2 runners. Oliver trying to make the number 12 GT backed machine as wide as possible as the Reeds try and find a way through. Here's the scrap for the lead though. Already Ryan Smith is on the back of Tom O'Rourke. O'Rourke, whose best finish this year has been 2nd place, or 3rd place. He's just been demoted to 2nd. He could still take his best finish of the year with 2nd place. However, it is Ryan Smith who has gotten through into the lead. Ryan Smith set to outscore Jenkins. Of course, Stuart Oliver, 2nd in the championship, a non-starter in this race. And so for now, Ryan Smith is looking incredibly likely to not quite seal the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship, but definitely grasp it with both hands. He's already got at least one hand on the championship, and that grasp would only grow with a win here today. He's only got 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. Of course, the machine ahead of him is a back marker, technically speaking, but it's not a slow one. It is the number 95 of Richard Collett, who's recovering from his earlier spin. Meanwhile, look at the Reeds all over the back of Michael Oliver. Bit of damage there to the number 89. I think Simon Reed maybe bearing the scars of that collision earlier on with Richard Collett. So Simon Reed, the elder of the two Reed brothers, he missed Thruxton because of business commitments earlier in the season. Has looked very impressive at times this year. Currently sits 6th in the championship and could well move up there before the end in Division 1. The two Iveco Stralis machines in the identical guest-backed livery, following on from Michael Oliver, who is trying his best to make that number 12 wide. Look at Reed trying to get to the inside line. Real aggressive stuff, purposeful driving from Reed, but not quite able to find the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend. Now gets a good run though towards Druids. Up the hill they go, and surely Simon Reed has the opportunity he needs now. The bodywork drifting about in the breeze as the 89 moves up a position. It's 5th place, make that 4th place now for Simon Reed. And now the question is, can Michael Oliver hold off Craig Reed? Craig Reed and Michael Oliver are separated by just 4 points in the championship. 241 points for Craig Reed in 7th, 237 for Michael Oliver in 8th. Less than a minute to go in this race. This should be the final lap of the race now, and for some of these drivers it won't be a moment too soon, because the rain is getting heavier here at Brands Hatch at the moment. Ryan Smith though building his lead, 35 seconds left on the clock. This will be the final lap of the race for Ryan Smith. Smith heads down into Graham Hill Bend for the final time. Powers down the Cooper Straight. Here is the number 12 of Oliver, still holding off the remaining Reed, that being Craig Reed in the 68. Now through Clearways and Clark, for the final time comes the number 1 machine. It is a brilliant result for Ryan Smith. We finally complete a race in the 2nd attempt of the day, and it's Ryan Smith that takes the win and takes 15 more points on his path to an 8th title. Meanwhile, further back in the pack as O'Rourke crosses the line in 2nd, you have the recovering bowler in the 14 who's moved up to 9th position. Of course, early race leader, he'll be disappointed to only take 9th place. Jenkins takes 3rd in the 69 behind O'Rourke in the 86. And then rounding out your top 5, Simon Reed and Michael Oliver. A big win for Ryan Smith, and an equally big win for Paul Rivette as well, who crosses the line to win in the C2 class. The Category 2 championship lead is now going to be contested between the two. There is Rivette. He wins in Category 2. However, taking 2nd in Category 2, none other than Adam Bint. And with just 1 point between them coming into this race, that means they'll be all tied up. It'll be 426 points apiece for Bint and Rivette after this race. Ryan Smith it was then that claimed the win in the eventual 10-minute race that we had. Tom O'Rourke takes 2nd place, ahead of David Jenkins in 3rd. Simon Reed in the 89 taking 4th place, ahead of Michael Oliver in the 12. Then the 68 of Craig Reed, 7th place Stephen Powell in the number 3. Bradley Smith, the local youngster, from 8th place on this race. John Bowler in 9th, and Simon Faulkner rounding out your top 10 ahead of Paul Rivette, who now ties with Adam Bint in the championship in Category 2. Bint takes 2nd after starting from the pit lane in Category 2. That's very impressive in his Volvo white Aerodyne. John Powell, Simon Cole rounding out your top 4 in Division 2. The rest of your finishers: Evans in the number 10, Bennett in the 28, Collett, who of course spun early in the race, and we did also see Neil Yates across the line after his spin in the 33. I understand that as the trucks make their way into the pit lane, Pointy is primed and ready to talk to some of our racers.
So, fantastic news. We actually finished a race. Down here in the pit lane, we can see Ryan Smith just getting out of his cab there. What a battle, an absolute battle we just saw there from him. Let's get him round there. Congratulations from all of the team, of course. Ryan, quickly, very good job, sir. Absolutely fantastic effort. You battled through the pack. We saw some fantastic driving there. The amount of spray coming off the tyres, though, was ridiculous.
You know, I've been cautious this morning. The palaver with qualifying, and you know what, I just thought, let's go back to what we do when we have a go and the fans pay the money. I'm a big believer in putting a show on, and I just went out with that race. I thought, if something's going to happen, somebody's going to crash into you, so be it. But you know, I tried my hardest and I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Oh, that was A1 Ryan Smith. That was clean overtakes, fast pace, the tussle you had getting past Michael Oliver in that first half of the race.
And
it was brilliant to see.
Fair play to Michael, drove really honest, defended his line. I showed him respect, he showed me respect. And you know what, you know, that were a good race. That were, you know, because I'm fighting for points, the mindset changes, and you're like, oh, in the first race I was upsider in Tom O'Rourke and I didn't overtake him because I didn't risk the points. But I think as path's already mapped out, we have got to go for it. We have got to put an entertainment show on, and I hope Stuart gets out tomorrow, because Stuart is the faithful of, you know, the championship fight and things like that. So look, we look forward tomorrow. 16 points that we needed, but most of all I hope that everybody enjoyed it.
I certainly enjoyed it, Ryan Smith. Just in case we do get one, will you be ready for another race this afternoon, if in fact it happens? Because there's two sides to the story, no one's really sure.
Well, Robert, I'm not going to sit on sidelines while everybody races.
I'll let you go. Speak to Mark over here. Right, well, it's all go, go, go. The trucks, as you can see, are on their way back down to the assembly area. Now, park firm, mate, I suppose. I finally got some trophies to hand out, so we're going to head down there on foot now as well, and we'll be right back with you very shortly to hand out some silverware here at Brands Hatch.
Thank you very much, Pointy. Great stuff. Hearing from our winning driver there, Ryan Smith, who extends and accentuates his championship lead. Tell you what, it's very quickly becoming dusk out here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. And well, there's one more race left to go, and it's from cars that don't have headlights. The Legends Cars National Championship need to get out there really for their final race. And one thing, as Pointy was alluding to, that is up for debate is whether we might see a truck race after the Legends Cars National Championship. But the fact that that hasn't been announced yet would tell me that's unlikely to happen. So I think that we are going to have just the one more race, the final of the day for the Legends Cars National Championship. They are due for 15 minutes or a set amount of laps. I think it really will depend on what comes first, given the nature of how the schedule has gone. And we've also had confirmation through that there is going to be no extra race today. So as anticipated, the Legend Cars will close us out. Of course, it says there 15:40. It's already 15:50, but you can be sure that the Legend Cars National Championship will be out very shortly. So then the night is firmly falling. It will be sunset in about half an hour, so the Legends will certainly be keen to get out there for their final. Again, Will Gibson looking like favourite to win this championship potentially. We'll talk you through the grid while we await sight of these machines. They should be out with us very shortly indeed. I have an ungodly number of tabs open on my laptop here today, but the final for the Legends cars will be started from pole position by Mark Beattie in the 85. He benefits from the draw this time. Mark Beattie in the 85 on pole position. Nick Price, the 34, is next. Row 2 of the grid, Mike Schlupp with the number 3 and Matt Knight with the 222. Row 3 will be Ben Higgins in the 20 alongside Nathan Anthony in the 29. Row 4 of the grid will be Ollie Schlupp in the number 9 alongside Andrew Rogerson, the second of the Class R competitors, Nick Price being the first of the rookies. Row 5 of the grid, Daniel Pooley, who started from pole earlier on. He starts 9th this time around alongside Chris Needham in the 13. Nick Bridgman in the 68 starting from 11th alongside Tyler Reed in the number 6. Rob Fountain, the 31, starting from 13th. Luke Simmons, the 25, currently second in the championship, starting from P14. A lot of our quick drivers are starting away down the field in this race. It's going to be very compelling stuff in that race. Moving on to 15th and 16th on the grid, Charlie Budd in the 44 is followed by Andy Bird in the 30. And then the all-important 9th row of the grid, Will Gibson, your championship leader, alongside Jack Parker in the number 4 car, the driver that has taken both wins so far. He won from 16th earlier on this afternoon. Can he win from 18th in the final race of the day? James Newbury in the number 2 is next, 19th on the grid alongside Paul Simmons, the 51, the first of our guest starters who are here having a go at the Legends Cars National Series. Stuart McAndrew is next, the 43, alongside Scott Smith in the 46. Ben Hyland's 33 is 23rd alongside Andy Phillips in the 27. Chris Dewey, the 22, is next, 25th on the grid, alongside Harry Massell, the 28. And then it's Glenn Burtonshaw, 27th and set to be last on the grid in his number 72. So as you can see, the Legends are lining up. The All Growth Limited Legends Cars National Championship, also brought to you by Carlos MRF and Vital Equipment. And we are set to see them out there very soon, although with this level of rainfall and with the limited equipment at drivers' disposal to combat the rain, I'm sure some of them are not that keen, to be honest. There'll be some, I'm thinking particularly of Jack Parker, who want this race to go immediately, because this is the kind of conditions that Jack Parker has been thriving in so far this weekend. But there will be others who just aren't a fan of that wet weather and would probably rather just call it a night and head to the Travelodge. Other hotel brands are available, but we will have to see. We should get this race rolling very shortly. They're in 2x2 formation with intent, and obviously the Legend cars are always brilliant, so there's no better way to round out day one of the action here at Brands Hatch than with a Legends race. Typically, at the end of a Saturday on a BARC TV stream, I will encourage anyone local to come along to Sunday and join us for the racing action. I can't do that this time, though, because Sunday has long since sold out here on the Fireworks and British Trucks finale weekend. And now we see that the Legends cars are rolling. It will be a sellout on Sunday here. Let's have a grandstand finish on the Saturday with the Legend cars making their way out onto the circuit. Mark Beattie leading them. Let's see if Beattie can get his elbows out and try and hold on to a decent position in this race. I've got a lot of question marks here as to who's going to be at the front early doors. Will it be Beattie who holds on? Matt Knight is very quick. He starts from 4th on the grid. He could be one to watch. Ben Higgins in the 20 starting from 5th. He could break away from the pack early doors if he gets away. But then you've got the likes of Will Gibson. You saw there the 57 car, great pickup there from our camera crew at Druids. Will Gibson, the championship leader. Again, I don't think he can win the championship today. However, he can take another chunk out of the championship advantage, or rather he can take another cushion onto his championship advantage with a win in this one. His closest competition is Luke Simmons in the 25. Simmons, who starts ahead of him in 14th place, but I think Simmons in 14th, Gibson in 17th, and Jack Parker in 18th will be among those really working their way through the pack here on the Saturday. There's the 72 at the back of the pack. Glenn Burtonshaw, the Scotsman. Second formation lap then before our 12-lap race. This final race of the day. I believe that once we do go racing, I think we'll get the full distance in before the light fades too much. But we might see the race shortened because of the light at this time of year at Brands Hatch. It's not unheard of to see some race distances shortened ad hoc at the last moment because of the light. Hopefully it doesn't come to that though for our Legends competitors. They're wanting their full 12 laps, and I'm sure we will do everything in our power to provide. There is the number 22, the King. I did very much enjoy this livery earlier on. Chris the King Dewey in the 22, obviously inspired not so much by Richard Petty, but rather by his Disney equivalent. So then, 2x2 formation, and this time the lights are off on the BMW 3 Series. We will go racing, this time on pole position. You have the number 85, Mark Beattie. Can he hold on to an early lead, or will Nick Price manage to carry the speed around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend? Mike Schlupp and Matt Knight could be contenders early on as well from row 2 of the grid. Ben Higgins in the 20, Nathan Anthony in the 29, at the sharp end of the pack. And for the final time at Brands Hatch on Saturday, we are going racing, and it does look like a good start from Nick Price on the outside. Can he carry the speed? Everyone scrumming together almost through Paddock Hill Bend. It is Mark Beattie though who retains the lead through the first corner. Beattie leads the way, and I think in second place that might be Matt Knight. Yes, Matt Knight trying to find a way around the outside. Oh, a couple of cars running it wide further back in the pack. I think Nick Price may have been one of the ones that ran it out there. There is Mark Beattie being demoted then, so Matt Knight is your new leader. Matt Knight is leading in the 222 machine. Beattie down to second place. Anyone's guess as to who's going to be third by the end of the lap. It's very close quarters all the way through the field. For now, it's Mike Schlupp up in third place. However, in fourth place, I think that was Jack Parker. I'm pretty sure Jack Parker just came through shot in fourth place. And if that's the case, that man knows no bounds. Let's wait and see them across the line. Is that Parker trying for third place? No, it's not. It's Higgins. Okay, Higgins getting his way up into P3. That makes a little bit more sense. Higgins then up into an early third place, and I think that Nathan Anthony in the 29 is trying to follow through into fourth place as well. All out wide goes Schlupp in the number 3. Mike Schlupp going wide there. Everybody else cleanly through Druids for the second time. What about our championship contenders? Well, it's up 8 places for Gibson. Gibson up to 14th position. In fact, that's not 8 places, that's 3 places. The timing screen lies to me a little bit there. But Gibson in the 57 up to 14th. Meanwhile, Simmons is already into the top 10. So Simmons is growing great guns. There's Parker. I knew it wouldn't be too long before he gets up there. Parker was 7th across the line. And now he has managed to move up at least to 5th place, I believe. Could be 3 wide though for 2nd place, because look at Beattie under pressure from Schlupp, from Higgins, and look at Parker. Look at the speed in a straight line. He gets himself up into 2nd place. Parker through into 2nd. He started 18th on the grid. I want to remind you, Jack Parker from 18th to 2nd in 2 laps. And he could be in the lead by the end of lap 3. Parker, I reckon, I don't think the Brabham straight is flat out for most of the straight, and I think Parker is just committing more in a straight line than anyone else. He's probably having to counter steer down the Brabham straight more than likely. Look at the number 4 though, shadowing the 222. Matt Knight is going to have to put up a valiant display to have any chance of holding back Jack Parker, who has been in a league of his own in these wet conditions today. Parker has been otherworldly levels of impressive around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit in these wet conditions. Sadly, we're not going to see him out on Sunday because he shares the car. So this is his last opportunity to show us what he's capable of in these conditions. He now goes to the outside, and look how much later on the brakes he is. He goes to the lead. Matt Knight is demoted to 2nd place, and Jack Parker begins lap 4 in the lead after starting the race from 18th. The 222 of Matt Knight now having to defend hard up against the number 20 of Ben Higgins. Ben Higgins is up into 3rd place. Then it's Mike Schlupp in 4th position. 5th place, meanwhile, for Nathan Anthony in the van style machine. Majority of them running Legend 34 coupe bottles, but it's a sedan shape on the number 29, more of a van shape, which makes sense since it's backed by First for Vans. Look at how wide they all are going through the final corner of the lap, just trying to find some grip, any grip. And look at the number 9 tailing down the Brabham straight. Ollie Schlupp, who started in 7th place, wants to try and get onto the podium here. He's in the midst of this battle for 2nd. He's going around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. That's full commitment. He's got himself up to 3rd place, and he cuts to the inside on the run up Halewood Hill towards Druids. And Schlupp, with some masterful driving, the inside line is his, and so is 2nd place. That was amazing from Ollie Schlupp around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend, converted it to the inside line. 2 moves made in consecutive corners for Ollie Schlupp. Amazing. Higgins has been demoted, I think, to 4th place as well, has he? Oh, goodness me, very, very wide there goes Ollie Schlupp. Oh no, he hasn't thrown it away already, has he? Yes, he has. He goes out very, very wide. Look at Higgins, he's gone for the inside, doesn't get the run out of the corner as a result of that. So Ben Higgins has gotten past Knight. Matt Knight, I think, has been demoted. But Ben Higgins, showing why a lot of them are staying on the outside at Clark Curve and Clearways, because there's just more grip. You've got to flirt with the gravel to get there though. Lap 6 of the race, and it's Parker in the lead. Jack Parker with a comfortable advantage. Meanwhile, the battle's further back, getting all the more exciting. You see the 25 there. That's important. That's Luke Simmons in 6th place. Simmons, who started in 14th, the closest title rival to Will Gibson. Some scrapping further back in the pack. This is the 34 and the 72 fighting for 20th position. The 34, Glenn Burtonshaw in the 72, and the 34, is Nick Price, who of course started on the front row of the grid, so Price hasn't really gelled with these conditions. Of course, the random grid draw weaving its chaotic nature as always, and yellow flags and tyre grooves in the grass tells me that something has happened at Surtees. Lap 7 of the race has begun. Yellow flags have been withdrawn. Meanwhile, Anthony trying to get to the inside there of Matt Knight. And look at who's up into 8th place. Gibson, a long way round at Druids Bend. Our championship leader, Will Gibson, in the 57, now running in 8th place, started in 17th. Both he and Luke Simmons have done a great job of making up some positions. And look at how treacherous this is now. The 222 of Knight really having to grapple with the car all the way through Surtees and McLaren. We now begin lap 8 of the race, and it is Parker that still leads. However, Parker, I think, has made an error. And look, it's side by side for the lead. Yes, Parker and Schlupp are side by side. It is Parker, though, who retains the lead. He made an error, though. And Parker now under pressure from Schlupp, from Higgins. And then the battle for 4th place is equally spectacular. 4th down to about 7th place altogether on circuits. In fact, it's 4th down to 9th in one big pack behind the top 3. And we get a replay here of Parker. Oh yes, he went rally crossing there, didn't he? And Ollie Schlupp almost had the opportunity to get himself around the outside. No such dramas this time by for Parker in the number 4. Jack Parker cleaned that time. I think he's going to take it a little easier every time past Surtees for the rest of this race. The sun is dipping. Not only that, but the clouds are gathering around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Light is becoming a real factor, more so to the human eye than to the camera, it must be said, but it is getting really dark out here. We're on lap 9 of 12. And for now, it is Jack Parker that leads the way. Ollie Schlupp is there in 2nd, trying to get the run down the main straight. And who is in the lead as they come towards us? I think there was a change of lead there for Schlupp. I think the number 9 was leading there. Meanwhile, side by side at the back, and the King going drifting. It is the number 4 still in the lead, but only just. Parker and Schlupp really going at it here for the lead. Jack Parker just holds on to the race lead, but for a moment there it looked as though Ollie Schlupp might have it. Schlupp still in 2nd. 3rd place still belongs to Higgins in the 20 in 3rd place. And up to 4th now has gone Gibson. Oh, dearie oh me. Well, we've seen a lot of sideways from Chris Dewey, and that time it was a slight bridge too far. The first 3 heading into Druids, and look at that, so wide from Higgins. I mean, it's working for him, isn't it? He's not losing time. We saw him doing this in the 2nd race of the day as well, just taking the widest possible berth at Druids. And he's now proving to be an issue for Ollie Schlupp, which means that Jack Parker can just disappear up the road again a little bit. 4th place, as we were trying to say before, as all of this still goes off. Look at Higgins, he's going to the inside once again, but again that inside not favoured, but Ollie Schlupp goes off. Ollie Schlupp off the circuit onto the gravel, and he disappears from 2nd place. It is going to be Higgins in P2 then. Schlupp just tried to carry too much speed, and is he even still there in 3rd? Yes, he is. He did get through. However, he gets through in 3rd place. I thought he might get beached in the gravel. Not quite. And Jack Parker disappears up the road. as your race leader. Oh, Schlupp now trying too hard, carrying way too much speed into Druids Bend. He's got 1.5 laps to try and close in on Higgins in the 20. Simmons in the 51, running further back in the invitation class. Meanwhile, Gibson in 4th place, the championship leader, doing great stuff further back in the pack. There is the 51. Just trying to spool up the power. You see one driver there very cautious on the throttle, the other not so much. The 57 of Gibson, powering down the main straight to begin what will be the final lap. And again, Will Gibson, don't think he can win the championship here today. However, if he crosses the line in 4th, it's another huge step in the championship race for Will Gibson. There's the lead 3 out of Druids for the final time. And it is going to be Jack Parker just holding on to that steering wheel, possibly even shearing it off of the steering rack, putting pressure through it. There's Simmons in the 25. He's all the way down in 9th place now. So again, the runner-up driver in the championship losing positions, and spinning there was the 85 of Mark Beattie. So Mark Beattie spinning on the last lap. He was in 11th place after starting on pole position. Meanwhile, 18th on the grid, within 4 laps, was converted to the lead, and Jack Parker takes the win. 3 from 3 for Parker on Saturday in the Legend Cars National Championship. Higgins taking 2nd. Schlupp rounds out the podium in 3rd. The championship leader extended advantage even more. Will Gibson in the 57 takes 4th. Needham in the 13 takes 5th place. He made up some places. Bird in the 30 takes 6th. Anthony in 7th. Knight in 8th place in the 22, and critically Luke Simmons, who started in 14th, only moved up as far as P9 and will lose more points to Gibson in the championship hunt. The 57 driver having an absolutely commanding day, made his way through the field each time. However, no one did it better today than Jack Parker. Parker wins it by just under a second. 3 wins from 3 in the wet conditions. Jack Parker wins. Ben Higgins takes 2nd. Ollie Schlupp takes 3rd place. 4th position for Will Gibson, the 57. Chris Needham rounding out your top 5 ahead of Andy Bird. Nathan Anthony in 7th. 8th place for Matt Knight. Luke Simmons takes 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Andrew Rogerson in the 113. Then it was Mark Beattie, who I think we saw him have a spin, so he's managed to take 11th in spite of that, which is good going. Tyler Reed takes 12th, Robin Fountain takes 13th, and Nick Bridgman taking 14th in that race. Fastest lap of the race going to Ben Higgins. So Ben Higgins sets the fastest lap of that race. Just to quickly round out the top 20, Bud in the 44 takes 15th. Simmons taking 16th in the 51. Pooley in 17th in the 32. The other Schlupp, Mike Schlupp, takes 18th in number 3. Then it was the 22 of Dewey, despite his spin. And in the 33 of Highland, rounding out our top 20 in the Saturday final for the Legend Cars National Championship. But Jack Parker has to be elated with the day that he has had. 3 wins from 3. He took the first win from the second row of the grid. He then won it from 16th earlier this afternoon, and now he's done it from 18th. I don't think days at the racetrack get much better than that, and Jack Parker, I'm sure, will be elated. We will see him down with Ewan in a couple of minutes' time, hopefully, if we've managed to to collar him. You could always just pick the car up and bring it back to Parc Fermé, given it's a little Legend machine, 5/8 scale, very, very light, as our commentary colleague Chaz Draycott alluded to while speaking to Pointy earlier on. We've got the kind of dueling ends of the spectrum with the Legends and the British Truck Racing Championship, and we have been treated to a fabulous day of racing, albeit a sometimes disrupted day of racing for the trucks at least. Of course, race 1 didn't really happen, race 2 did happen, albeit with a red flag. And bright and early at 10 o'clock in the morning, we are expecting the Legends Cars National Championship back out there again on Sunday morning. The British Truck Racing Championship will follow thereafter. The Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy will have 2 races at 11:10 and 14:15. The Junior Saloon Cars final race of the year is at 11:40. The Pickup Truck Racing Championship is going at 12:10 and 14:45. The British Trucks will also be on at 12:45. Legends again at 13:45, as we've mentioned. 2:15 for the Mini Challenge Trophy finale race, and then at 45 the last of the pickups for the year. The season finale of the British Truck Racing Championship, potentially already with the champion crowned by that point. Their last race of the day will be at 3:20, and the Legends cars will wrap up not just the weekend but also the 2023 BARC Live programme with their final race of the day at 3:50. And then, of course, drift demonstrations and fireworks and action to close out a brilliant season for the British Truck Racing Championship. And so, as you see, the marshals are making their way home now. Let's just say thanks to the marshals, because they have had it rough today, as have our camera ops as well. So I hope everyone has managed to say, well, there's no point saying stay dry, but I hope they didn't get too soaked today. And thank you again to the marshals, who have done a fabulous job dealing with all of the incidents today, and dealing with the inclement weather conditions as well. So then, that is the Sunday schedule. We look forward to bringing all of the championships to you again. Unfortunately, I think the Legends drivers have just escaped Ewan down in the pit. He'll rectify that on Sunday, I'm sure. Thank you so much for joining us on Saturday. It's Sellout Sunday for the British Truck Racing Championship season finale tomorrow here at Brands Hatch. And if you don't have a golden ticket, fear not, because we'll bring you the full day's racing here on BARC TV.